Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500 aggravated.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. My name is Recovery Addict. It is good to be here. We made it all the way through the week, which at one point we thought we wouldn't. This trial seemed like it would last and Monday was going to go forever, right? We've had some slow moments. And then it picked up quite a bit yesterday. We're expecting a lot of spiciness in court today as well, which I'm super, super ready for. Talking about people who are ready for something, Canes fan was first in chat today. You guys have been talking so much. I tried to scroll up to the top to get it. It's already out of the buffer. I can't post Canes fan. He did say, hey, he was first in chat with that when we opened the chat window. And so, Canes fan, congratulations on being first in chat. The internet is all yours. Do with it as you will, as long as you keep the access up for the rest of us. We will not complain. But thank you very much for being here early and for breaking the ice, letting everyone else know the water is fine. Come on in. Come on into chat. You don't need to lurk in the shallows. Or the shadows, as the case may be. We have, this is going to be another special edition of my chair seems like I seem like I'm too tall for some reason. I don't know, my kids might have been changing all the settings on my chair. We'll adjust it later. All right, we have a special edition of Roll Call this morning, once again, because mostly I let the ball drop yesterday, and many people who submitted pet pictures may not have seen their pets because of my fault, and I missed a couple of the sources where things were coming in at, so I think I've got everything squared away. Unfortunately, if you send them in now, I won't be able to add them to it. It's a little bit tricky to do that, but it's, let's see, we want this one down here. Okay, I think this is where we're going to go. We're going to do some another little a pet roll call where it's basically claim your pet time. I know a little bit of information about some of these pets, and others I'm relying on you to tell me the breed of the animal. Some I can tell, especially the ones that have like hard shells over their back and 4 legs and a head that goes into the shell. I know that's a turtle. Okay, I know that. But some of the other ones you might need to help me out. As you see it, make sure you let us know just exactly who it is that we're seeing on the screen as we go through that. I've only got 37 pictures this morning, so it's going to be a little quicker than yesterday. And then we're going to start talking with some of the stuff that's come out last night about the Murdaugh trial, why Buster got busted, and things like that. So we're gonna jump to that. I thought I was ready. I hadn't even plugged in the device that has the video on it. Wait for it. There we go. Now we have power. Waiting for video. We have video.
I'm not a camel.
Okay, I'm not a camel either. Here we go. Here's our first one. First animal of the day. Little pet, being obedient, sitting there quite nicely. Love this one. I don't remember who sent it in. But I think this is almost a begging picture. Ready for a treat, I think, is what this guy's doing. Next, we have 2 cats on the couch, which is where cats seem to think they belong. Nestled together with amongst all the pillows. That was really cool to see those guys. Look at those eyes. It's just amazing. Love cat's eyes. This little guy wearing his neckerchief, his kerchief, waiting by the door. I wonder, is this a trim? Is this a dog you have to shave, like cut their hair, or is this is just a short hair? What you expect on this one? I have to look down on chat and see if you guys are responding. Hang on. That's my pack, says Ready Freddy. Let's see. Oh, I need to put words on screen sometimes as well. I'm not sure. Ready, Freddie? Is PAX? Why is this not working? Why? Oh, wait for it. Okay, I can't put words on screen right now because I've got the pet pictures up. That's why. 2 more kitties. I love the color combinations and the very similar white patches on their faces. That's almost like they're siblings. Just painted with a different brush type of thing. But very attentive there on the bed. Looks like. Who's a good boy right here? Looks like ready to play some fetch. Whose dog is this? Whose pup is this? I missed something. I missed a member. I missed Roxy Moser upgraded membership to jury. Roxy, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Appreciate your support. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I got a pet picture from you, Roxy. I'm not sure if we got one. Here's the turtle. This is the one I know. This, I believe, is a, do they call them a slider turtle or something, like an orange slider? I don't know. But I love the design on these. I've found turtles like this out, not a camel, not a cat either. I found turtles like this out in the wild here in North Carolina as I'm out metal detecting. We actually found one in the bottom of a really deep hole, like it was an entrance to a mine shaft that it was not able to get out of. And we had a buddy rappel down into it and get him out and get him to safety so he could go crawl away. Stay away from those holes, turtles. We have a couple goat pictures this morning, which is awesome because I love goats. There are some that are fainting goats, which are just amazing. There are some that you do yoga with. This is not a cat either. You guys are very good at identifying these animals. We've got a couple goat pictures. I was reading actually just the other day that there's a gentleman that basically rents out his goats for fire suppression because they will eat all the stuff, basically all the stuff will burn. They'll eat it down and they won't kill it. They just basically mow it down like a wild lawnmower, and the fire basically stops where the goats stopped grazing. That's where the fire line goes to. 2 cats making a little heart there as with their paws and their heads as they sleep. That was really cool.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We're going to address the beauty of this goat is what we're going to do. Check this guy out. He looks like he's probably standing on something. Here's a cat who likes watching the Recovery Addict as much as you guys do, which is cool. Thank you very much for that picture. I love that one. I'm not sure if we got this dog yesterday. I'm not sure. I think it was a different picture, or maybe it was a different neckerchief. But Sparky there, is that what I'm seeing there? Or Spanky? I can't quite read if it's which way is which. But beautiful little dog there. Love the floppy ears and all. I don't know who thinks up these. I don't know who thinks up these costumes, but they are so stinking funny. I imagine the dog is sitting in a position where you just can't see the rest of him, but it looks like he's standing there with his hands on his hips. And just, can you imagine this guy running at the camera? Just like, so all you see is this. It's just hilarious. I love it. I love the costume. Here's a cat very carefully balancing on in a precarious position. And you wonder, what is the cat doing there? Well, the cat is doing what cats like to do. And that is get a drink out of the toilet, even though there was a fresh water bowl, ready at the waiting. Why do that when you can go straight to the source, I guess, or the destination, depending on how you view things. 2 beautiful dogs side by side. Love the white dogs. Love these guys. Just chilling there in the living room. Looks great. Here's a little guy. Probably got some help getting up to the table. I'm guessing he doesn't jump that high, or she doesn't jump that high on her own. This one's Izzy. Thank you for putting the name on the screen. I know which one that one is. Roxanne, you just gifted 5 memberships. I'm here looking at the pictures, and this went on the background. Let's see who just got 5 memberships. I'm so lost. Let's see. Douglas, Missy Pants, Mary Murphy, Mr. D50, and Alicia Bennett. Congratulations, and thank you, Roxy, for gifting the memberships, and thank you for your support as well. You're amazing. This is not a pet picture. This, I believe, is Rosie in Tucson with her daughter. I'm trying to remember your daughter's name. I thought really hard I would be able to do that, but then I didn't.
I'm not a camel.
But she loves the. I know she says she loves the show. She calls me Mr. Pickles, and that's which is wonderful. She likes the pickles as well. So thank you so much for sharing that picture as well. I believe these three dogs are no longer with us. The message that came with this said they had crossed the Rainbow Bridge already. So we're looking back on some beautiful memories of those three. Thank you for sharing that picture. It looks like they had a lovely home and just loved it. So I appreciate that very much. And I think we got them again. So you get to see them twice. Good dogs. Not a dog, not a camel, not a cat. I think this one is a horse. That's my first guess. I'm going to stick with it. Looks like he's ready for a sugar cube or maybe an apple or something. Love horses. Is this a Cocker Spaniel? I'm learning a little bit, and that's going to be my guess as far as the breed here. I missed Lucy Lou. Sorry by me. Yes, you showed. We had Lucy Lou. Let's see. That was Izzy. That's Chris's cat. Let's see. I'm not sure who's. I think it's a Cocker Spaniel. I think so. I appreciate that one. This guy. Oh my goodness! Don't you just want to give him a hug? He's just got those eyes. Looks up at you with the huge eyes and the soft fur and the floppy ears, and just wants to be pet. Laura says, I don't know whose horse that was, or Weather Watch says that. It might have been Laura's. Weather Watch, I don't think you sent me a horse picture yet. Yes, this is a definite overload of cuteness, Hannah, for sure. And talk about a beautiful close-up. This cat, we've got another picture of this cat as well, I believe, the next picture. But just amazing. Cats have perfect faces. You see what I did there? Perfect. Here's the same guy. See, look, you can see the markings. Same guy, eyes open, huge eyes, just amazing. And got a box to play with, which makes every cat happy. So awesome kitty there. This guy, I believe, is like part horse. He's huge. I mean, it is a cat, but I think you referred to him as Tank. This is my Tank. It's an enormous cat, and it's half the size of the human. So. That was a very, very big kitty for sure. Let's see, we got a couple pictures of this guy. I think we saw a different picture of him yesterday in the car, if I remember. But going out on the water, looks like he's in the kayak, which is just amazing. I love being out on the water in the kayak. You're so close to the water and just you can glide so effortlessly. I'm sure that pup loves that excursion. There he is again after getting maybe a little bit muddy. Running through some puddles or something, tongue hanging out, huge tongue, just cooling off. And here he is one more time. Let's see. I'm not sure whose picture that is. Love the sleeping pet pics. It makes me sort of sleepy as well. I mean, this is like a Poot. We're going to call him Poot because I can't remember how to spell his name this morning. Looks like Dick, and during court, just on those sleepy days, just laying down, and here we have Ivan with another of his dogs, not the famous Rebel who's featured so predominantly on social media for Ivan, but still yet another loved fur friend, looking good. I think is that a team name? I'm not sure if that's a team name on there, but Ivan looks great picture there. Love the glasses as well. This one was I believe this particular pet has a young child in the home who is rapidly approaching the pet, and this moment captures that was Brewers. Ivan, that was Brewers, yeah. This moment captures the moment when the young child is approaching the pet. and you've got, they're friends, but also you're cautious because you never know when it's going to be, a pat on the tail or a pat on the head or a belly flop on the dog. So this dog is just cautiously being alert of its surroundings. Let's see. Pooch in the back seat of the car. I think I might have showed this one yesterday. It's so amazing. This dog takes up the whole back of the car. I'm not sure what kind it is. Looks like a PT Cruiser type thing, just huge. I've got two little pics of this little guy. It is so adorable. The teddy bear is enormous compared to him. This guy is just tiny. You can tell just the print on the blanket. It's a tiny little pup, and just so gorgeous and adorable. Thank you very much for that one. And that's the last one I've got. I know we've got a couple more coming in. I'll try to share them when I can. As far as when we have some availability, we've got just a few minutes before before court begins, as I try to get everything ready. I didn't show any pickle pictures today. I didn't. I resisted the urge, TW. I've got some more pictures coming in right now, so we'll have to do this again sometime. Let's see. Let me get all my sources lined up. Let's see. That's not it. There we go. Okay, here we go. I apologize. I have missed some messages as far as member messages. So give me just a minute to see if I can find those. I'm not sure if I can bring them back up on the screen. Just a second. I might have missed them, and I do apologize. I know they came up, but I was in a spot where I could not show the pictures on the screen. I do apologize. I try to call out every single member message, and I know the couple of them came in today. A couple people changed from blue to aqua on their courthouse, and thank you very much for re-upping there. Let's see. I know Roxy got the gifted the memberships. Thank you very much, Roxy. That's all I got. I'm sorry. I wish I knew who it was. I just can't. You guys chat so much that it's scrolled up past the screen. I can't see it any longer. Oh no. I do need to get my water. So we have an ASMR moment coming up here before we switch over to the courthouse. Need to get Fox 9 over here as well. Where's that? Okay. Everyone's claiming the pets and saying, I'll take them. They're not up for grabs. They're not actually, up to be claimed unless they're your own pet already. Okay. Horse, of course. Hey, why the long face? Love the comments there. Love horses. Wish I had the bravery to ride them. There we go. Sorry, comments are now on the screen. Sorry about that. Sunshine Sunflowers. Sneaks in quietly, hoping not to be late. I love how you've changed your name subtly there. Caps with a lowercase n. Looks good. It was just on Court TV that they asked the family members to move back a couple of rows. Yes, NC Southern Girl. Let's talk about that just a little bit, because Buster got busted doing a couple things according to the reports I've heard. First of all, when Tinsley was up on the stand or while he was testifying at some point, and it might have been during the 404B hearings, I'm not sure. I think it was actually more recent. He scratched his face with the middle finger a little bit, right? He sort of like bit his finger, it's like scratched his lip with just the middle finger up, thumb extended. The look. You see it on the freeway all the time. And it got captured by a photographer. And it was sort of like I think it was sort of like the Parkland shooter type incident, where in that case, I think the judge was flipped off or something. So it was like that. I believe that Judge Newland did sort of reprimand him for it. Also, I'm hearing that there was an incident where Buster brought a John Grisham novel and passed it up and had it passed to Alex. And the sheriff took it and said, no, that's contraband. You can't do that. So between those two things, they've been warned and said, hey, one more problem from you guys, and you'll get kicked out of the courtroom. And meanwhile, they've moved them back a row, and now you see like the guy in the green jacket and the other dude in the suit. Those are like a civilian version of bailiffs in the court. They're sort of like retired law enforcement that work as a bailiff. So it's not like a guy who carries cuffs and badge and a gun every day of the week, but they just work in the court, and they are now sitting in between the family and the defendant and the lawyers up there up front. So yeah, Buster got busted, and as a punishment, he has to sit on the back row. Lucy Lou was yours, says Bite Me. Yes, I saw Lucy Lou in there. Golden Mom says it was my horse, claiming the horse. Let's see, catching up here. I've got lots more images coming in right now. That's my monster truck, Bones. It says KXR. I thought it was Tank for some reason. It was a very big, or was that the cat? Not sure which one was which on that one. The kayak dog. Yes, we've got that. Lots of happy pups. Let's see. Harpoot Leon. Thank you, Dilly Pickles. I could not remember Leon. I just remembered Harpoot, and then I didn't remember where it went from there. I have the worst memory in the world. If it's not written down in front of me, I do forget it. And also I have the other condition where if it's written down in front of me, I say it. So it's a bad combination. You guys sometimes get me into trouble with some of your comments as I'm halfway through and then realize what I'm reading. Let's see. Get in the car. We're going to the vet, says Ed. Is that an Australian Shepherd? It's beautiful. Some looks soft. I think you're talking about the one with the black fur and the ears and the big eyes. Love the canines, says Weather Watch. Sharon says, I didn't show your pet pic. What pic was it, Sharon? I thought I got all of them. I'm sorry. We'll have to do it again. That's the only solution. Why am I on top chat? I heard something just happen, a sound effect, and I'm trying to figure out why I cannot see it. Rosie from Tucson just did super chat. Thank you very much, Rosie. Appreciate that. Thanks for the picture as well. And the pickle. You have to give Rosie thanks for the yodeling pickle as well. What was the name of Grandpa's gun? His shotgun? Oh man, it was something like Boomstick or something equally as as funny. I think it had some sort of name like that on it. Let's see. Okay, Tish. Sorry, so late. Sorry. I was a little late as well, Tish. So I owe everyone an apology.
Gonna address subject matter jurisdiction
soon. Stephanie Schifrin, man, I have 6 cats and 2 dogs. I wish I realized we were doing this. Stephanie, go ahead and send them to the burner phone. We can do this periodically. I don't want to interrupt all the court proceedings with the pet pictures today. We like to sort of focus on that once it's begun. But in the meantime and between times, as they say, we might be able to put it in. If you need the burner phone number, just go ahead and type ¡burner like O-Town Chill did there in chat, and it will pop up there in chat, and I'll try to get those pulled up. If you sent me a picture like 2 days ago and you still haven't seen it in either of the 2 live streams as the pet roll call went, do send it to me again. I do apologize. Will I mention Sarah Boone Court today? It's just a status hearing, right? We've got a status hearing and then followed by another status hearing a week later. I think this is basically the judge just checking to make sure that the lawyer has met with the defendant. That's what I think we've got going on. So I don't think there's going to be a lot different. There could be a ruling on. I'm not sure. Did he already approve the $10,000 for the investigator? I thought that might have already been decided. If that hasn't, that might be decided right now. But it's probably going to be a very brief hearing, and I bet Sarah Boone isn't there. Seriously, I bet she's not in court. She has not been several times, even though she's asked to be there, especially if her lawyer has not met with her and told her about it. She's not going to be there. So it's going to be quick. We are keeping an eye on that. Court for Sarah Boone is not supposed to start till April, mid-April or something. Okay, so it's way out there, and we think even that date is going to push. As they have just so much work to do. Let's see. 7 says, why is your Google green? I've always wondered this. Isn't everyone's Google green, 7? I have no idea why my Google is green. It says I can customize it. Background. It just says classic Chrome. I'm in Chrome. I think what it does is it bases it off the colors in the picture of my profile. And since I have my metal detecting picture profile pulled up, which has the green grass in there, it sort of just chooses a green background. 7, I didn't know I was different, and now I'm self-conscious. What color is your Google? Isn't everyone's green? Green is for Google. That's what it is. What happens with exclamation points? I've missed something. Jessica, we have a couple commands in the chat where you can interact with chat and sometimes trigger sound effects and things like that using the exclamation point. It's just a way that sometimes you guys can either get my attention or respond to something that's happening. We try not to use any of the sound effects during like testimony while people are talking, because most of us want to really hear what's going on in court. We want to, get all that we can out of that. So hope if you're good, I leave them turned on during testimony. If you guys like that one, the cat and the cackle are some sound effects, and we can add to those over time. If there's a good sound bite that we want sound bites that we can use anytime we're watching any trial, not just this one. But we might get one like Alex stole it would be a fun sound bite because we can sort of insert that in other cases as well. So that's what they are. They also, if you're a member, if your name's in green in chat, they have a special command where you can type exclamation point seat, because members have reserved seating here in the Court of Public Opinion. They get to move all the way up to the front row and watch from there. It's just a better vantage point for everybody. You get to sit with your friends. There's the prestige of obviously sitting in the front row in the courtroom. It's just a fun thing we do that lets people just interact with chat a little more than me controlling everything on my side. I also have the ability to give you guys even more control over things. Like the mods can control when these messages appear on screen or off screen. They can't select the message, but they can turn it on or off. So if I forget, they can fix that for me. Things like that. So it's just a fun interaction method. Does that answer it for you, Jessica? Let's see. Nothing from the courtroom yet. We've just got a seal on the wall. We've got the audio on, so if the bailiff does yell, we will hear it loud and clear in our ears. Let's see. Who just... Christy P. just gifted 5 memberships as well. Let's see where these one went. Christy, looks like Psychic, Rowdy, Lori, Toxic Orchid, and Lane RN just got gifted memberships. Congratulations to all of you. You guys are amazing. And Christy, thank you so much for your generous gift. It's awesome. New members, those who received the gift, please do take your seat. I see a lot, like 80s Music Man here, I see a lot of courthouses changing color, and that means a ton to me. Your support is... it means a ton to me and Mrs. R.A. and it allows us to keep going on and doing this, and it's what I love doing, so thank you so much. Let's see if we have any other questions to address. Was there anything else? KQD says, good morning, recovery addict and friends. It's 20.3 degrees Fahrenheit in my front yard, and my Google background is black. I worked hard to get it that way. I might have to do some testing on my side to see how I can change my Google colors, but... I'm just happy it's working right now. I'm happy the internet's working. Bite Me says, I will gift a free membership and a jar of pickles if we hit 100% likes by 10:30 a.m. Central Time, 10:30 a.m. Central Time, which means that's a 2-hour. We'd have to get as many likes as we have current viewers. Let's see. Just got. I think this was from Barnett Law. Let's see. Oh man, Barnett Law just sent an amazing pooch pic that we will share. Oh, not your dog, just fostering. I'm going to have to share that one, but we can't do it right now as we're about ready to begin in court. We've got many pictures that came in this morning. We'll probably have to make pet roll call a regular occurrence on the program, just because there are so many people who come in and new people who are here for the first time. It's like, oh, please, can I show? I've got my pet and I want to show it, and I love to see them. I like to get the pictures as well. So we'll probably include that as a permanent thing somehow. Maybe if it's just on Fridays or something, we'll figure it out. Stephen Lee is in the house. Good to have you, Stephen Lee. Big shout out to Stephen. I don't know how we can pay you back, Stephen, but he's the artist who created the logo that we use at the end of the show, as well as on the mouse pad, which is available now on eBay. It's out there. I'm not sure if I've got a link yet, but if you know how to find the mug link and then search for other items that I'm selling, you'll see the mouse pad. So it is out there. And the judge is in, so we're going to join the judge right now. In just a second, I'll take this guy. Good morning, Your Honor. Thanks for coming in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Tinsley.
Mr. Tinsley's back on the stand, and it's going to be, I think we've got a little bit more direct and then cross-examination. No pants, just pet Fridays.
Jury.
Your channel will grow exponentially. It is No Pants Friday, right? I'm a big supporter of that, but I also do no pants most days because I just wear shorts all the time. That's why I live in North Carolina. It's for this weather. It's beautiful. Okay, let's see how this goes. Expect some objections here. And expect some spicy cross on this witness as well. Heather, if there's a lid, I'm thinking a sippy cup lid is what I need, so I don't spill on my laptop. If you test it, let me know. I'd probably get one. The judge did smile. He knows what's coming. Some crossy spice. Some very crossy spice coming up. You guys are great. Happy Friday, everybody. So glad to be here with you guys. Let's settle in for a great day of court here.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Day number 15, state's case.
Judge is 2 days ahead of us.
Objection was sustained, and ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, when I sustain an objection, that means you're to disregard the question and any response. You may proceed.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. May it please the court.
They disregarded everything because they don't have notes.
Mr. Tinsley, good morning.
Good morning.
Just to kind of reset the table from where we left off, you had testified about pursuing the case against the defendant over the boat wreck, correct?
Correct.
And you had communicated to the defense that the defendant was going to have to pay personally, correct?
Correct.
Not just the insurance.
Correct.
And you had been told that the defendant was broke, correct?
That's correct.
And you had filed a motion to compel. Had you filed a motion to compel, states 402, seeking to identify any bank accounts that he had?
In October of 2020.
Could I have the elbow, please? And the screen. David, if you can help. All right. I think one of the things that you had also testified to is that just generally COVID had kind of slowed things down in the court system.
Ultimately, yes.
And then you had some health issues that you were dealing with as well. Is that correct?
At some point, yes.
At some point in time, did a hearing in the boat case that would include a hearing on this motion to compel that's on the screen get scheduled?
It did.
And when did it initially get scheduled?
My recollection is it was set for May the 30th, 2021.
All right, and let me show you an exhibit real quick.
While he's doing that, I'm going to be posting Amber's PayPal and
I'm
Venmo
going to show you what's
today.
been marked as states 404 and see
I
if
owe
you
her big
recognize
time. I'm
this
going to send her a
document.
little thing as well. But if anybody does want to chime in as well, I'll give her just a couple bucks, thanking her for the amazing
I do.
timeline she's
And,
put together.
what is that?
have helped us all out. That would be
that is
awesome.
a-
So give me just a minute. I'll have those
A
posted in the chat.
communication about the hearing. It's actually about a status conference about the hearing that's going to be on May the 30th.
Okay. All right. And what was the day of that status conference going to be?
May the 7th, 2021.
All right. And then look at the subject line on that and just take a look at that real quick.
Motions hearing May the 11th?
Yeah. Was that the date or was it May 30th for the motions hearing? To your recollection?
To my recollection, it's May the 30th.
All right. But this email is related to that particular hearing, is that correct?
It's related to the hearing on my motion to compel and some other hearings, yes.
All right. At this point, Your Honor, I move to admit States 404, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objection.
And is that the particular email we were just discussing?
It is. And you're correct, the hearing was May the 11th.
May the 11th?
Yeah,
Okay. Haven't seen that. That refreshes your recollection?
yes.
We'll show you now what's been marked as States 405. And have a take a look at that and see if you recognize this.
I do.
All right. And tell me what this is, please.
It's an email from Judge Hall, who had been assigned the case, about the hearing. John Tiller, who was Alex's lawyer in the boat crash case, was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer about the same time, just before I found out I had cancer. And so he had a chemotherapy treatment that was going to run long the day of the hearing. He didn't always know when his treatments would be, but about a week before he would know. And so the hearing needed to be rescheduled to accommodate John's treatment.
All right. And just initially, when that request was made, what was the judge in that case's response?
The hearing would go forward as scheduled, and one of Alex's other lawyers could attend.
All right. So initially, the judge denied that continuous request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what happened after that that ultimately resulted in it being continued?
I sent an email. John Tiller was my friend, and I didn't object to continuing it. And then the judge had a status conference, and at that point, we continued the hearing until June the 10th.
In the course of this litigation, given that we were coming out of COVID, had the judge in that particular case been relatively aggressive in wanting to move this case forward, to your assessment?
The judge knew that I was in Florida receiving treatment and was accommodating that. No, he wasn't being aggressive at that time. It was when I was ready, and so I was back and we were ready.
And that's what led to this initial hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
But ultimately, you agreed to let this thing be continued, correct?
I did.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 405 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Submit it.
And down at the bottom of this email chain, what's the date on that? Can you read there on your screen, or I need to bring it back to you?
May 5th, 2021.
And that's a communication from whom?
That's from John Tiller to Judge Hall.
All right.
And that's relaying the need for the postponement for the chemotherapy treatment.
All right.
Hey guys,
And then
keep
there
an eye
were
on
the
chat. I'm posting
communications from you related to that,
Amber's
is that correct?
information now
Well,
in chat.
let me go right here. This is the
Love if some
response right
people
there.
can
Is
join
that
me in
correct from
giving her
Judge
a
Hall?
That's
thanks
the
for
initial
all she's
response
done.
that he intended to go forward with the hearing as scheduled, and that Mr. Condon from the same firm could handle it.
I'll show you now what's been marked as States 406 and see if you recognize this particular document.
I do.
All right. And what is this? Tell the jury what this is, please.
That's an email from John Tiller. So after the email that's on the screen saying I intend to go forward, John Tiller sent another email explaining a little more detail what was going on, and that he had, I believe it says he had spoken to me and I had agreed. They were my motions. There were some other motions, but when it's your motion, you can agree to continue it if a party wants it continued and you don't object. And so that's what that's doing, and trying to get the judge to not go forward with the May the 11th date.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 406 in evidence.
No additional question.
I haven't seen the family yet. I think they're
the date on that
sitting
particular
further
email
back.
is?
Always on go.
May the
I
6th,
saw Buster's hair,
2021.
but I haven't seen a close pan up of the family. I wasn't paying attention if they
Did the
showed up.
judge ultimately, though, based on this series of emails, granted the continuance on this motions hearing, correct?
Well, he gave us a status conference in which we did by video, and ultimately he agreed.
Okay. And what day was the motions hearing that included the motion to compel rescheduled for?
June 10th, 2021.
Let's take a look at the courtroom here real quick, see what we can.
Going back to
See out
States
there.
402, one of the matters that was on the table to be heard would have been your attempt to get compelled responses to this interrogatory from the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Seeking identification of his bank accounts.
That's correct.
Lady Writer, we heard the same thing.
Remember what day of the week? June the 10th, 2021 would have been?
I believe it's a Thursday.
How'd you hear about the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I got a phone call sometime in the middle of the night, 11:30, after my recollection.
And that was on June 7th, 2021?
That's right.
Into June 8th, 2021?
I think I heard it's still June 7th when I hear about it, but yeah.
On June 8th, 2021, did you have any conversations with any of the lawyers involved in the boat case or any communications?
I believe so. I think that it was more of, there wasn't a whole lot of consideration to be given to the fact that the hearing wasn't going to go forward. It was sort of shock and horror of what had happened, and nobody really knew what to do in the moment.
Of course, that hearing's not going forward after this,
It
correct?
did not.
Allegedly, Buster was flipping off this witness, Mr. Tinsley. So the gentleman right behind those front rows, I think those are bailiffs that are sitting separating the. They've got pins, so you know they're law enforcement, but they're separating the family.
Show
from
you
the,
what's been
from
marked
the-
as States 407 and see if you recognize that particular document.
I don't, Jenny. What
I do. This is
what book
an
do you think he
email
wants to read right now? Which
from
Grisham novel?
Judge Hall's law clerk. Judge Hall's over the boat crash case to me and the lawyer for Parker's, as well as about the fact that the hearing's not going forward.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 407.
The firm.
There's no objection.
So admitted.
What's the date of that email?
June
643.
8th, 2021,
What time?
4:24 p.m. I think there's an email from John Tiller that precedes this one that morning, but
Right. But ultimately, there were communications the following day that obviously we're not going forward with this hearing on the motion to compel, correct?
yeah, pretty much immediately.
And at that period of time, was there any date set in the wake of all of this for it to be reheard?
There was not.
I've pinned Amber's message. A couple people are asking for this. I pinned the message.
wake
if you
of the
want to
murders, did
send her
you
something via
generally
PayPal or Venmo,
Understand
just
or
click on the pin
or have
message
an
on
idea
top
of
and
at
you can
least
see what
what
it is up
had
there.
happened to Maggie and Paul, how they had been killed?
I did.
Just from media reports and the rest of it?
That's right.
And did that have any effect, that tragedy of their deaths, did that have any effect on your assessment of the boat case and how everything fit together if things were how they initially appeared?
It would have affected, I mean, yes, it did, and it would have ended the case.
It would have ended the case against who?
Against Alex Murdaugh.
And explain that to the jury. Why? What had changed after this terrible tragedy?
Well, when you have a civil case, nice people get good verdicts, okay, just generally speaking. Yes, sir. Nice people get good verdicts. You really have to motivate a jury to want to help somebody in a civil case. And so if you compared, say, Attila the Hun with some sweet grandmother, who gets a better result? It's the sweet grandmother. If Alec is the victim of a vigilante, nobody's going to hold him accountable. Doesn't make any difference what he did or how clearly what he did contributed. The case would be over against Alec. And so initially, it could have been over. It appeared that it was going to be over against Alec because I had other defendants. I had Parker's convenience store that had clearly violated its rules, and so you wouldn't want a very sympathetic person in your case when you have somebody who clearly violated the rules and caused this tragedy. So it would have been over against him.
The sympathies of the case had changed if Alec had truly been, his family had been the victim of some vigilante or something like that.
The sympathies would have changed if that had been true.
And assessing those sympathies and those emotions in a case like this is what you do as a plaintiff's lawyer, is that correct?
It's what we try to do.
And it's what Alex Murdaugh used to do as well when he was a plaintiff's lawyer.
I think he was good at reading people and knowing what made them tick.
Thank you, Mr. Tinsley. Nothing further at this time. Please answer any questions.
Here comes the cross.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Mr. Barber.
Good morning, Mr. Tinsley.
Good morning.
Almost maybe just start asking a couple of questions that I think are just some things that we could agree on before maybe getting to some other things.
Is this a new?
Was there any life insurance for Maggie?
No, this is the same guy that crossed him last time.
I don't believe there was any life insurance on anybody, including Alec.
And if this motions hearing, which was not just the motion to compel, it was other motions, correct, on June the 10th?
Yeah, there were some other motions.
And if that hearing had gone forward, at least for the motion to compel, this would have been another step in a process? Right. In other words, I believe it was your previous testimony. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th, that this would have been another step, but it wasn't the end point.
So what happens?
Is that correct, sir? Yes or no? Am I misstating your testimony?
Objection.
There wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
You're jumping around, so it's hard for me to follow.
I apologize.
Well, if you let me finish.
It's already
I would like to ask the witness to be allowed to finish his answer to one of those questions, and I object to the form of the question.
Pose one question.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you previously testify, I think that it's fair to say there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
I'm sorry,
Yes
you were
or no?
looking down. I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, I was reading it.
He's being polite.
I think
but he's
it's fair to
jabbing him.
say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Quote. Did you testify, did those words come from that stand when you previously testified, yes or no?
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. You looked down again, and I could not understand what you said.
I
Was there an explosion?
apologize for that. I'll hold it up. I'm just trying to read it accurately. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Yes or no, is that your testimony previously? Just yes or no.
It's possible.
please.
You're trying to turn it into something it's not, but I probably said words to that effect.
Okay.
It's just beginning.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any
Oh
redirect?
my goodness.
You're asked about
knew there were
motion
whoops.
to compel being another step in the process. Is that correct?
It was a way to put pressure on Alec.
They surrendered.
But if after that hearing happened,
They surrendered.
and an order granting a motion to compel had been issued, that starts a process that's going to run its course. Is that correct?
Objection, pleading.
If a order is, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. If a order to compel is granted, tell us about the process that happens after that as it relates to your specific
F's in
interrogatory
chat
we
for
talked
that.
about.
They're done.
Sure. The process starts on Alex's side way before. If you look at those exhibits that they marked the email, you'll see Danny Henderson. Again, Danny Henderson was his personal lawyer. Danny Henderson is also a shareholder in the firm. Danny Henderson is reviewing every single document, that's how meticulous Danny Henderson is. He reviews all of the account information before I get it. And nobody knows better what Alex making than Danny Henderson. I mean, you'll see all these checks going out and all these payments being made, and Danny Henderson would have known. So the explosion.
Object, Your Honor. Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Foundation.
Response.
Your Honor, he is speaking of
Response to the objection.
he has testified as to the fact of his interactions with that individual who actually brought him insurance documents to review. I think he has a basis to know.
Foundation and your response to the objection.
I believe he has sufficient foundation to address that from his personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Overrule the objection. You may answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. For instance, I had subpoenaed the phone records, not only Alex,
They're going to let
his
him free
father's,
spool.
but we also had John Marvin, Alex's brother's phone records. Danny reviewed those records for a long time before I could get my hands on them. Danny was involved in everything. He was at every hearing. He was at every deposition. He was intimately involved in every aspect of the case.
If an order to compel is issued, what was going to be your next step?
They need to
if
work
you
as a
had
tag team
an identification
because
of
Creighton's
accounts
limited right
by the
now
defendant?
on what he's
Subpoena those
allowed to
accounts.
question.
And
So they have to
if
sort
those
of
accounts
tag
are
team to be able
subpoenaed,
to expand that a little
potentially
bit.
people move to quash those?
They could move to quash, but Danny Henderson would have looked at the documents in anticipation that I could get them.
Speculation.
I sustain the objection.
If motions to quash had been filed, though, you could have continued to seek that and there would have been further hearings. Is that correct?
I would have continued.
Objection to sustain, that's the leading.
What would have happened if motions to quash were filed as to any subpoenas you issued to it for the specific information about the defendant's accounts?
I would have continued to push. We would have continued to argue about it.
Would have a process been put in motion, though, that was going to conclusion if an order had been issued on June 10th, 2021?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Step down.
Thank you.
They surrendered. This is remarkable.
The next witness.
You guys remember during the 404B hearing that was some of the most heated discussion.
This time the state of South Carolina calls Ms. Blanca Simpson.
Blanca Simpson. Oh my goodness. It was a great strategy. Defense did the right thing. It's easier to just say no questions than to be raked over the coals by a witness who seems to be controlling everything that's happening in the courtroom, which is what he did. There was no GoFundMe questions, probably because they realized they were groundless. There was no problem with a witness just donating money to another witness, where, yes, he does have a dog in the fight in the larger arena, but not in this particular battle.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record.
Man.
Spell your last name.
Yeah, Mr. Tinsley won that battle.
My name is Blanca Turrubiate-Simpson.
And although
Turrubiate-Simpson.
Although the defense took a beating in the 404B hearing, the jury did not see that. They're not aware of any of that.
Is this difficult for you to be here today?
Yes, sir, it is.
Will you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, Mr. Simpson, about yourself, where you're from, your family if you want to, and just kind of what you've been doing in life leading up to today, generally, please?
Yes, sir. I'm originally from Brownsville, Texas. I joined the military at the age of 17. I was in Norfolk, Virginia for almost 9.5 years. I was stationed on the USS Puget Sound, USS Shenandoah, Naval Air Station Oceana right before I left.
What'd you do there?
Heavy equipment operator.
Okay.
And my husband was also a heavy equipment operator. We were both in the same field. We decided that the military was just not going to be a good environment for raising children, so we made a decision. Instead of moving to Texas, we moved to South Carolina, where he was from. And we have 5 children, 34, 31, 23, 21, and a 17-year-old. They're all been raised down here in South Carolina.
Any of them still at home?
Yes, sir, and 17-year-old.
Where was your husband from? You said he moved back home. Where was he from?
My husband's originally from Gifford, South Carolina.
Say it again.
Gifford, South Carolina.
Okay. And what does he do?
He's a police officer for Hampton.
When you came to South Carolina, you'd never been here before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do when you got here besides the hardest job in the world, being a mom and raising kids? What else did you do?
When we moved here, we had enough leave built that we didn't have to work for almost 2 months. So I went to, after about a week, I kind of got bored because I'm used to having hands-on doing something. So I went to the local Piggly Wiggly store in town and I asked I didn't know he was the owner at the time. I realized he was the owner after, if I could get a job because I was bored. And
how many kids do you have?
I have 5.
Okay.
But I only had the 2 oldest ones at that time. And so he said the only job he had was a stalker, and I actually had no idea what that meant because I had just graduated high school and went in the military, so I didn't know. But I told him I would take it as long as it would get me out of the house for
It's where you follow people around in the dark.
So,
is that what she's talking about?
So I took that job, and then within a week, I got a call from another job that I had put in where it was brazing or welding at Scotsman, which is in Allendale County. And I figured, well, it offers benefits, and it would be better transition for the kids, dental, that sort of thing. So I went there. After about 2 weeks, another job called me and had better dental medical benefits for my kids. So that was the first time I went to work for the South Carolina Department of Corrections. I opened up Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I was the first class to graduate from Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I worked my way up from correctional officer to sergeant. I managed the outside details and the road crew on the interstate. Also, a crew that would go out to Hunting Island for maintenance to assist with the park rangers.
Piggly Wiggly is a chain of grocery stores like Kroger, Smith's,
I was offered a job
Associated
at the Federal
Foods.
Bureau of Prisons, and I accepted the job. So I left Ridgeland Correctional Institution, went to work for FCI Estill, Federal Correctional Institution, Estill, South Carolina.
I kid.
Where I stayed until 2007. My job, basically, I started back from the bottom as a correctional officer, and before my year's up, I got promoted to the Special Investigative Support Tech Office, where I was responsible for managing, producing reports, weekly reports, and also profiling the Hispanic gangs, because there was not a lot of staff members that were bilingual. So my job basically became profiling, interviewing, and associating members, the inmate population with gangs.
Ready, Freddie GG, thank you for gifting the membership.
How long did you do that?
Congratulations,
from 2001 to
Calypson's Vixen,
2007.
for the gifted
Not that
membership.
Anybody cares for this. Is that when
Appreciate
I first
that,
met
Ready,
you?
Freddie.
Yes, sir.
Did you help me arrange a meeting with a prisoner I need to interview?
Yes, sir.
And why did you leave that job?
Just burned, when you're the only, one of the only ones in the office that's bilingual, and you're constantly getting called out for different incidents dealing with a Hispanic population that had grown out quite a bit from the time I got there, and still having to do your daily duties in the office, and nobody's helping you, you tend to burn out pretty quick. So,
So if an incident,
I made a decision to leave.
So if an incident happened when they needed
was
a
overworked.
translator,
I
your phone got called.
I had to stop what I was doing and respond to whatever incident dealing with the Hispanic inmates.
What did you do after that?
I went into real estate for a little bit, which was not so good because that's when the market crashed.
And again, for the jury's edification, what year is this when you quit the prison?
2007.
And you're living where?
In Brunson.
I'm sorry?
Brunson.
So how long did you stay in real estate?
Maybe about a year and a half.
Your family's grown at this point, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did there come a point that you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell them how that happened? Tell the ladies and gentlemen how that transpired.
When I first moved to Gifford with my husband, like I said, I was bored, so I went to work at the grocery store. At the grocery store, and during the time that I moved, there was not a lot of Hispanic families living in that area. It has since grown in the years. I met a lady who I befriended. You know, she was Hispanic, and we started talking because she was the only other Hispanic person that I had actually seen in the area. So we started talking back and forth, and it was nice to speak in your native tongue with somebody. Her son had an accident at the school on his way after school, walking to the car, and he had gotten hurt. One of the ladies that worked at the school had recommended that she use an attorney from Walterboro. And a couple of months had gone by, and I noticed that
Stephen Lee, have a good one. Thanks for popping in.
She was under a lot of stress.
Be safe,
and
man.
as I talked to her, she said, "I just have to get all these documents. I don't understand." She spoke English, but it was very broken English. So she was having a difficult time explaining what she needed for the attorney. So I told her, I said, "I'm going to find you an attorney. I'll look around." I said, "And we'll go ahead and fire that attorney and hire you a new one." And because we didn't want the statute of limitations to run out on her case. So at that point, I started looking around, and I happened to walk into the law firm. And it was the old offices where I met Alex.
Roxanne, thank
Just
you.
walked
5
in, and
gifted
that's
memberships.
where you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
Josh
you were trying to
Frick, Jill's
assist
girl.
this individual who was having
Angie,
trouble communicating with
Johnny
her
Law,
prior attorney. Don't mention whoever that
Laura
attorney
Kay.
was, but you helped her get a new attorney.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations and thank you
Did
so
you
much,
help with
Roxanne.
that case, that particular case with this friend?
Yes, sir. He told me he would take the case.
Who is he? Who's
Alex told me he would take the case as long as I translated and helped him with the details, because he didn't have anybody in the office that was bilingual, and I agreed.
You were a hot commodity, weren't you? I mean, there was a need for translators.
Yes, sir.
So you helped with that case?
Yes, sir. I did.
Did you assist in other cases with
Yes, sir, I
Alex Murdaugh?
did. At times, Alec would call me and ask him if I could assist in translating, or when there were accidents and the folks were injured, and if they did not speak the English language, he would ask me to translate.
And were you getting paid for this service?
Yes, sir. It wasn't a set fee. It was just depending on the case, whatever I did, whether it was to get them signed up with a law firm, basically, or if I had any type of in the Hispanic community, when you are in trouble or you're in need of something, and a lot of times those accidents, when they happen in the area, they are not from here. The language barrier is a big thing for them. So my instinct was more to make sure that they were well accommodated and whatever they needed. So sometimes he would reimburse me for my out-of-pocket whenever I helped the individuals, who were in the accident.
A lot of
And
the
that
South
went on
has
for a
very
period of
high
time when
Hispanic
you were assisting
populations.
either Alex Murdaugh or the law firm, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did that change into a caregiver, if you will, or respectfully, I don't mean housekeeper or whatever term you'd like to call it, for Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alex had called me and said Maggie was looking for a person to help her in the home. And at that point, real estate wasn't really
Last one had
doing
fallen
much for me, and so I told I couldn't find anybody. I had asked around, and at that point, I told him, I said, well, I'll help her. And he was like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'll help her. I said, it's no big deal to me. It's honest work. So I said that I would help her.
You were
And
clearly
Alex said, "What's
qualified.
that?"
Yes, sir.
It's this honest work of which you speak.
So what did you start doing for
I
either the
would-
Murdaughs or Maggie Murdaugh?
I started helping the other ladies in the house with the cleaning, with running errands, running to the bank for her, whatever she needed me to do.
And when did that start, Ms. Blanca?
In 2007.
And were the two young children, or the two children, Paul and Buster Murdaugh, were they younger obviously they were younger when you?
Yes, sir, they were young.
And would you have interaction with them and/or Alex Murdaugh during this time period?
Yes, sir.
How often were you working for the Murdaughs?
At that point, it was maybe every other day, depending on how often she needed me.
And where was that? Where specifically were you working? Where was their house?
At the house on Holly Street in Hampton.
How long did that go on before you stopped and tell them why you stopped?
I worked there with them on and off, like I said, not on and off, I shouldn't say that. Every 2 to 3 days, or it wasn't a daily thing at that point. Then I did go probably about maybe, I can't recall, it was a few months later or a couple weeks later. There was an incident at the house, and somebody had tried to burn the house. So that's when I actually went and started helping her more full-time, because she had to go through a lot.
Did I hear that right? Someone tried to burn the house?
A lot of the damages and all that helped her. I helped her document a lot of whatever damages were done from the diesel and stuff that was spilled all throughout the house by the individual.
And maybe I wasn't clear on my
Whoa.
question. Did there come a point where you had some health issues?
Yes, sir.
Where is this?
At one point, I suffered a
Diesel
stroke.
through the house.
And I had to stop working and go through rehab.
Was this
for a
before
while.
or after the courthouse
What
got
year
burned
was
down?
that?
Fif-
17 and 18 maybe?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So prior to your stroke and you had to go to rehab, how long did you work for the Murdaughs?
That was a few years by then.
How long were you out after you had your stroke, Blanca?
Maybe almost 4 years.
Did there come a point where you went back and started working with Alex, with the Murdaugh family?
Yes, sir.
And tell these folks when that was.
Shortly after the boating accident, I reached out to Alex and Maggie, and I told them if they needed anything that they could call on me. And at that point, Maggie said that she would like for me to come back if I was able to. So I told her I would. At that point, I was feeling better, so I told her that I would go back. And once I went back, it was like I actually never left.
I was just informed the stroke was in 2015, not 2017. I
Yes,
apologize.
sir. Yes, sir.
So after your recovery, you started working and actually called them, the Murdaugh family, and said, if y'all need anything.
If y'all need anything, you know, I'm here.
And I don't think anybody will dispute that was in February of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Time period?
Yes, sir.
So the Murdaughs are like the Hatfields and McCoys.
So when you went back
Who's
to
the
work
other
with the family after the boating
It's
accident,
the Murdaughs
tell-
and the
tell these
Tinsleys?
folks,
I mean,
what
they were
your
friends at the
duties
time,
were.
right?
What was your job?
I started right back at the same thing. I was helping with the cleaning. I was helping running errands. I would cash checks. I would,
Launder money.
and what I say by
just
cashing
anything they
checks for
needed.
Maggie, sometimes she didn't have time or she was busy doing other things, so she would send me to the bank to cash checks, to pay the people that she had working around the house.
I'm not sure where this witness is
The
going,
main-
Ivan. Not sure what they're trying to get out of her yet.
Yes, sir. The maintenance, you know, that sort of thing, whatever she was doing around the house.
She is very believable. I love
were
that
they
she's
living,
worked
the
so
Murdaugh
hard
family, at
throughout her
this
life.
point in
She's got a
2019?
lot of experience.
Both places,
Okay, tell the folks where both places.
Moselle and Hampton.
So you're working at both residences?
Yes, sir, both.
And did there come a time where they moved exclusively for the primary residence to, well, where was their primary residence?
Their primary residence was
See Music Man.
Holly Street, and once they sold the house, they moved straight into Moselle, full-time.
Yeah, why did she use cash so much? I mean, this is past 2000. Why are they cashing checks?
We hadn't
Especially
heard much
with their-
about Maggie, and I'm limited
their financial
what I can
situation.
say in a
How much business did they do
murder
in
case, but did y'all get
cash?
fairly close?
Yes, sir.
And when you had quit working for her and you had your stroke, did you ever see her during that time period when you weren't working for her?
Yes, sir. Maggie would, I would see her in town, and she would often signal me to pull over. So we just used to stop sometimes and just talk and see how things were going at the local CVS,
Just to catch up?
just to catch up and see how everybody was doing.
And prior, when you were working and after, would you, and I'm not asking you to say what, but y'all got close and would talk personal things?
Yes, sir.
I'd like for you to go back in your mind now and take this jury back to June 7th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
You were working there for the Murdaughs then?
Yes, sir.
That's a Monday. Do we all know that, June 7th?
Yes, sir.
When had you worked prior to that? At
At-
the Moselle property for them?
Friday.
And at that point, had you seen, what family members did you see at Moselle on Friday, which would have been the June 4th of 2021? Do you remember?
Paul.
And what was your interaction with Paul that day?
Paul walked through the door, his usual self. I was walking out of the laundry room, coming into the kitchen, and Paul came in the front door, and he was holding a laundry basket full of clothes. And as he was approaching me, he saw me, and he said, "What's up, Miss B?" And I just looked at him. I said, "Boy," I said, "if you got all them dirty clothes and you want me to take care of that," I said, "I'm getting ready to leave." He's like, "Oh, come on, Miss B, you can help me out." He said, "I need them for the weekend." I said, "Well, just pull a couple of them out, what you need, and I'll take care of it." And I ended up staying late to make sure that he had his clothing ready for the weekend.
So did you wash the clothes
Thanks,
for the
6 Volt
entire
Bus.
family? Was that part of your?
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir, I did.
And did Paul leave that Friday?
Yeah, I saw him leave. I don't know whether he was actually gone for the weekend or if he was still.
Did Did you ever see him again?
No, sir.
Oh, man. She was close to the family. I mean,
Did you have
she folded
regular
their underwear.
hours?
I mean, she's that close.
In June of 2021 that you worked at Moselle for the Murdaugh family?
It weren't really set hours. Maggie was pretty, she was just easygoing. If I had stuff to do, if I had stuff to take care of, she wasn't really too keen on any specific hours. So, you know, if I had a doctor's appointment or if I had anything, she'd be like, okay, no, her main comment to me always was no worries.
No worries.
No worries.
Well, June 7th specifically, were you scheduled to work at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you have contact with Miss Maggie Murdaugh sometime prior to getting to Moselle that morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think it's in evidence, but tell these folks what contact you had with her.
She texted me and asked me if I could stop at the grocery store on my way to Moselle because Alex wanted some Capri Suns.
Wanted some what?
Capri Suns.
Okay.
And she said
juice boxes.
apple and I believe she said pineapple first and then they changed. She came back with another text and said, no, he wants orange, I believe that's what he said. That's what the text said. I'm not.
And did you try to get some orange Capri Suns?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I went to the Food Lion.
And were you successful in your search for
No.
orange Capri Suns?
No, sir.
So is that motive?
I'll show you what's marked.
No
Stage
orange Capri
54,
Suns.
Sparka. Excuse me, defendant's 54 for the record. Did you have any other text with Miss Maggie before you got to Moselle?
Yes, Maggie told me she had to go to a doctor's appointment, and she said that in the text, Maggie said, Alec wants me to come home. And she said, and in a phone conversation, she told me, she said, I left some food in the refrigerator. Is there any way that you can cook? Paul likes the way you cook. So she said, because I don't think I'll be back in time. So I said, yeah, sure. I said, I'll do it. So it was nothing. I finished what I was doing, and then I started cooking, making sure the meal was ready for when Paul and they arrived at home, well, that afternoon. And we had another conversation on the phone where she told me, she said, Alec wants me to come home. And she kind of sounded like she didn't want to come home. Because she really liked being at Edisto. And they had a lot of work that was going on, and she was trying to make sure everything was ready for the 4th of July gathering that she was planning. So she was very detail orientated, so she wanted everything perfect. So she was she sounded like she was a little disappointed. And then she said, well, Alec asked Paul to come home too, because he's got to fix the mess up out there that that CB had done.
Sunflowers.
CB Road?
Yes, sir. And he said Alec had told Paul to come and fix it because they were planning on having a hunt that weekend, so he wanted everything ready and good to go.
So he'd asked Maggie to come, and then he had asked Alex to come.
That's what
Paul to come.
Paul, that's what Maggie told me over the phone.
And looking at defendants 54, can you read that? Text.
He said, thank you, I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave. door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia. And then she's got some emojis. She said, Alec is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Needs to take care of himself as well.
And when she said, I trust the Mexicans to leave the door open, that didn't bother you?
No, sir.
Okay. When she said, I guess my question is, you said you didn't think she wanted to.
Mr. Meadows, you're standing in front of the jurors.
Oh, now it's even worse. Now he's in the corner.
When
check this out. It's like packed
you
up to
just
the
testified you
door.
didn't think she wanted to come home, was work being done at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she like being at Edisto?
Yes, sir, she did.
And when would she stay at Edisto?
Any chance she had.
Okay. Where was a time of year that she liked being there more than other times?
Yes, sir. Come around spring, summer. She preferred to be in Edisto.
And I guess, was she at Edisto the night, Sunday night, do you know? Where was she Sunday night?
I'm not sure.
Call speculation unless she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
I'm not sure.
I'm going to fill up my mug here in just a second. There's your ASMR warning.
Were you on schedule June 7th time-wise? Were you running late? What time were you supposed to be there?
I didn't have a set time to be there.
After you and Maggie talked and texted, did you go to Moselle?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, was Maggie there?
No, sir. She had just left.
Was Paul there?
No.
Was defendant Alex Murdaugh there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. When you walked in the house, was he up?
No, sir. He was in bed.
He was in bed. Based on the time you spent there and your experience with the defendant Alex Murdaugh, was he a morning person?
No, sir.
No. How long were you there working before you saw Alex Murdaugh? That morning on June 7th of 21?
Probably a couple hours.
Okay. And can you tell these folks, did there come a point that morning where he left the house? Alex Murdaugh, did he leave and go to work or
yes,
wherever?
He did.
Okay. And can you tell them what he was wearing, Alex Murdaugh, best of your memory, when he left Moselle?
He had a pair of khaki pants, greenish, I call it seafoam color, polo shirt, and he put a sports coat, a blue sports coat over it. And he put his shoes on, which were usually right there next to a dresser that they had right there in the living room area. That's where his shoes used to go, right there. So he just used to kind of slide his shoes on his way out the door.
Do you remember what type of shoes he had on June 7th, 2021, when he left?
His regular work shoes, the brown. There was a pair of brown leather shoes.
Was it a long sleeve shirt or a short sleeve shirt he left on?
The polo's a short sleeve shirt.
And staying out of everybody's view, do you remember anything specifically about that shirt?
As he put his coat on, he was putting his shoes on, and he was putting his coat on, and he was getting ready to walk out. He turned around, and I said, Alec, I said, hold on a minute. I said, your collar's sticking up. So he turned around, and I fixed his collar inside his jacket because one collar was sticking up.
So you actually helped, I'm sorry, but you helped move his shirt?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Hands to yourself, guy.
And you said it was a long or short sleeve? I'm sorry.
That polo is a short sleeve.
And did it have buttons on part of it, or do you know?
Just from here to here.
And was it a blue blazer?
It was,
Put on top of it.
it was a dark color.
He put a tie on. He
Excuse
didn't have
me?
a tie with that on.
No, sir.
I just. Where's ties anymore?
Nobody wears ties anymore, he says.
Now, Miss Maggie had asked you to fix dinner for the family. Did you do that?
I did.
Can you tell them what you
There's
made?
candy in the mouth.
She called it steak burger, but it's cube steak and gravy, some white rice, and some green beans.
You're a good cook, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
She's like, I have to tell the truth. Yes, sir, I am.
Did you see or talk to Maggie ever again after this text or those phone calls?
Before I left Moselle, I texted her and I said the dinner was on the, I believe I texted to the effect that I left dinner on the stove for them. And that I can't really remember the text, but I did text her and let her know that the dinner was ready and that I was leaving.
And you said one of her phrases she used is "no worries." Had she said that to you that day?
Yes.
When was that? It doesn't matter.
I can't remember.
You got a family of your own, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you, when you left Moselle, what did you do?
Pick up my son at school.
And your husband's working?
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And when you got home that night, did anybody call you that night?
No.
When did you hear about the murder at Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
The next morning when I was getting ready to go out there.
The next morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you hear?
Alex called me.
And what did he tell you? He didn't call, he called you the next morning?
He called me early the next morning.
And what did he say to you?
He sounded shaky on the phone. You could tell he was, his voice sounded really shaky. And he said, B, they're gone, they're gone. And my initial thought was, did she go back to Edisto? That thought didn't cross my mind that he meant that they were dead at that time.
You just didn't comprehend
No,
what was going on?
sir, I did not. So he told me again, he said, no, B, they're dead. And at that point, I don't remember because I believe I dropped the phone, my husband got the phone. I don't remember after that.
You literally dropped the phone?
Yes.
And did your husband get on the phone?
I don't remember. I don't remember. All I remember is when he said that they were dead, I dropped the phone. And I believe I said, I'll be right over. I'll be right over.
Did he, the defendant Alex Murdaugh, tell you which way to go when you got to the house?
He said him and Buster were at Alameda, so I told him I was going to Alameda. You know, I wanted to make sure they were okay, and so I went from my house to Alameda. And then when I got ready to leave Alameda, he said, well, when you go to the house, go in the front because there's a lot of sled agents by the kennels. You can't go in that way. And he said, just try to straighten up the way Maggie liked everything, you know, in the house. He said, you knew her the best. He said, you know how she likes stuff. So I did. I went to the house.
So you went to
I went into Moselle from
Alameda to start with?
Yes, I did, to check on my Buster and Alec.
To comfort them?
Yes, sir.
And at his request, you went to Moselle to start cleaning up and getting the house in order?
Yes, sir. He said there was going to be people probably stopping by and bringing food and stuff. He said, I just want the house to look the way Maggie would like for it to look.
This is Blanca, the housekeeper
So
at the
I
time
said, okay.
that Maggie and Paul were killed.
And I went to the house.
Did you have a usual way that you went in to Moselle, entrance-wise?
From the house, I would, if I was coming from my house, I would come in on the, I call it the Miley side. So I would actually enter the property through the kennels. And if I was coming from Hampton, or if I, you know, in the other direction, then I would use the front entrance. But normally I use the kennel entrance coming from my house.
Wonder if she's going to testify
When
about
you
the
got to
pills.
Moselle, we're now on the morning of June 8th,
She
right?
cleaned up the
2021.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see anybody in the property before you got to the main house?
No, sir.
And when you got to the main house, take us right there. Like right now as you're walking in the house, what were your observations?
It was hard because I know she wasn't going to be coming back. And I didn't want to move. I didn't want to move her stuff. It was just a weird feeling going through when I unlocked the front door to get in. It felt cold.
You really cared for her, didn't you?
I did.
What'd you do when you got inside?
When I got inside, I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't do anything. I walked through the front door and I went in the kitchen. And I was kind of, when I looked in the kitchen, I kind of just stopped in my tracks and I looked at the stove. And I was kind of, I don't know what the word is. When I looked and I noticed the stove, that there was no pots on the stove, it was kind of unusual because usually when they ate dinner the night before, the pots usually stayed on the stove. Very, very seldom would she put, you know, certain meals in the refrigerator. A lot of times it was just left on the stove until the next day. And
Eat and
the
leave
pots
the
were
food
not,
out.
they were not in the sink and they were not on the stove. And then as I walked through, if you walk through the kitchen, like you're going to, from the kitchen, if you walk through the kitchen, if you go to the left, there's two freezer and a refrigerator, and the laundry room sat right there to the left. There's a back door to the back porch, and then there's the laundry room door. They're both right there. And as I turned to go to the laundry room, I noticed that her pajamas were in the middle of the doorway, right in the middle, laid neatly in the middle of the doorway going into the laundry room. It was her pajama pants, a pair of underwear, and her pajama top.
Was that unusual?
That was very unusual.
Why?
Because she wouldn't lay her clothes out like that, not in the middle of the door like that. It just didn't look right to me.
And you took care of the house?
Yes.
You took care of the clothes?
Yes.
And not to get too personal, but sometimes you can't help it. Were the underwear there with the pajamas unusual?
Yes.
Why?
She didn't wear underwear with her pajamas.
No underwear with pajamas. But that struck you.
No underclothes with the pajamas.
But that struck you as unusual. They were there with the pajamas.
Yes, sir, because the underwear appeared to be clean, not dirty. They still had like fold marks.
And the pots, and I may have just missed it, you said, where would the pots end up when you found them?
After I looked at the pajamas on the floor, the way that they were set, I turned around and I said, well, I wonder where the pots are. So I opened the refrigerator door, and the pots were sitting inside the refrigerator with lids on them. And I was like, you know, who did this? I don't know at that point, but that was not normal for the whole pot to be sitting in the fridge.
Did you make any other observations in the house, the bathroom, or anywhere else?
In the master bathroom was her clothes were sitting next to the tub. It was a small pile of clothes right there next to the tub. And by the shower, if you walk in the master bedroom, there's a big garden tub, spa type tub. And then right here is the shower, and there's a window. On the floor next to the shower was a slight puddle of water, a towel, and a pair of khaki pants. And then as I went to the left to see if there was anything else that was out, I looked in the closet, and in the closet was a white damp towel on the floor, and there was and I'm pretty sure the t-shirt was white at one time, but you know, they get kind of dingy after a few years. But that it appeared that a t-shirt had fallen off of the stack of t-shirts that were on top of the shelf right there in the closet. It was laying on the floor next to the towel.
When you took care of the home, was that, tell us how the clothes were laid out, the shirts, the shorts, were you saying up on a shelf, or the shirts, how were
in the closet, there was a shelf. There was some shelves, smaller shelves right here. And then there was some long ones. Maggie used to keep her clothes on these. And then there was a shorter one, kind of like little box-looking, you know. Alex used to keep his clothes, his belts and stuff in that. And then on top, there was also an area where he kept T-shirts. They were folded, and they were kept on the shelf.
When you say T-shirts, I know what a T-shirt is, but I mean,
that image, Ivan.
T-shirts like I'm wearing right now, were they T-shirts with pockets?
It was usually, they would be T-shirts, like if they would go, like when you go to a restaurant and they have like the logo of those type of T-shirts. He had a big collection of those.
And would you put them on the shelf?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you iron T-shirts?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you washed all the clothes?
Yes, I did.
Did he have a certain place that he kept shorts versus long pants?
Yes, sir. When you walk in the master bedroom, when you enter the master bedroom, the bed was right here. At the foot of the bed, you had a dresser here and a dresser here. The right dresser on the top drawers were usually his underwear, his socks. The next drawer was his T-shirts. On the bottom drawer were the pajama pants that he would wear or his shorts that he would wear to sleep in. In the left drawer, and one sits on this side of the door going into the bathroom, and the other one's right here. On the left dresser, he kept his white T-shirts that he would wear under when he wore a suit. He would wear, the T-shirts were in one of those drawers. And then the other two drawers were shorts, the dressier shorts, and then the not so dressier shorts. You know that.
So you testified a shirt looked like it had fallen when you saw it this morning?
Yes, sir.
June 8th, 2021, okay. Was it still clean?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it back?
Yes, sir.
My boss, Don Zelenka, just reminded me that the food that you cooked, did you look and see how much was eaten in the pots?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, you said there was a damp towel. Where was that?
In the closet, on the floor.
And I know what damp means, but when you touched it, did it feel?
It was damp.
Okay. What did you do with it?
Took it to the laundry room.
And you said there were some pants there.
Yeah, so there's a pair of khakis by the shower.
And what'd you do with those?
Took them to the laundry room.
Did you wash them?
Yes, sir.
Can we go to the...
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment.
Yeah, the evidence got cleaned up. Judge is going to have people be quiet here. See if we can see Buster there in the courtroom. He's going to be third or fourth row back, I think, right before the aisle. Let's see. I think he's turned around there. I see some red hair. Talking to his girlfriend.
Please do not discuss the case.
Did he excuse the jury? Are we taking a break? There's Tinsley sitting there front row. Not sure if Tinsley's wife is with him today. I think she's blonde. It looks like that's another possibly attorney from the type of lanyard they're wearing.
Please do not discuss your testimony. We'll take about 10 minutes.
10-minute break. All right. Well, that was exciting. From the big pop of Tinsley not getting any cross because they knew they were whooped. Any question that they would ask, he would give an answer that they did not want to hear. No matter how tightly they tried to structure his questioning in the 404B, how much they wanted him to give a yes or no question that they knew the answer to, he would come out with something else that was damaging to them. So they surrendered. The defense surrendered in their examination, their cross of Tinsley, who clearly had plenty of bad things to say. They'd want to cross him. He has all this information. Had they had a lawyer who was up to par with this guy, if he could just hold his own, they would be able to get some information out of him and maybe reduce the damage from the testimony that they'd heard. But instead they just said, they waved the white flag and said, we're going to take the L on this one. This isn't anything. He could have showered before everything happened. He left Moselle that night and never went back. It's interesting, though, that the behaviors that are noted by the housekeeper relating to different behaviors that happened that night, how things were different that night from anything else, as far as the food was put in the fridge and the clothing on the floor and things like that. It's not a smoking gun by any means. And it sounds like she's trying to say that the clothing that she put in the laundry matched what he had on earlier. We did hear that the white shirt he was wearing when both when it was tested and when the police saw it, that it appeared to be very clean and freshly laundered type thing, and it probably just grabbed from that stack and put on and grabbed in a hurry so that another shirt in that same stack of these white T-shirts fell on the floor, and she found that on the ground as well. That's, in my head, I'm thinking that's the most likely scenario, Occam's razor type stuff of how that occurred. Of course, the family never did clean up, so if a shirt would normally fall on the floor, they probably would leave it there until she came around to pick it up anyway. So that's not necessarily an indicator of something different occurring there other than him changing his shirt. It's just a stand-up break for about 10 minutes. Whose money was Buster gambling with? Well, he'd just received the keys to the kingdom, so to speak, as far as controlling the finances, I think. So, because his dad had given him access to that, I think. Thought Tinsley was divorced. I think he was divorced before he was remarried or something. I'm keeping an eye back there to see. We saw, I think his wife was with him yesterday. Wife is there with hair up. Might have to just pan over to the right a little bit to see her. Yeah, little miss, they did not cross Tinsley. They got up there basically and said hi, and then boom, they were gone. They said no further questions. Do want to give a big shout out to Amber. Yesterday we shared some of the timelines she produced as far as the cell phone, the car GPS data. She went painstakingly through testimony, through over several days from several different witnesses to put all this together into a chart that we were able to share, and really just put it everything in perspective for us so that we could see, where everything happened in relation to everything else. She went to a ton of work, spent days on this. If you're willing to give her just a little thank you token, we have pinned a link to her PayPal and her Venmo up at the top of chat, and you can click on that, and that would be appreciated. If you do, though, she said she's trying to thank everyone who does that, so please just put a little message on there and let her know who you are so she can give a personal thank you back. Amber is amazing. She works her tail end off and is not just doing this for this case. There are many other cases she's doing this for as well, and a lot of her work is visible over there on Discord as well. We are lucky to share this great asset from the Discord page here on the channel. So thank you very much, Amber. Appreciate you. Goodman Law Firm, they can still call him on their case. He's still under subpoena, and if they do a limited to his bad acts of pain witness, that none of the financial stuff will come in. Are we talking about Tinsley? I'm not sure. I think we heard previously that defense and prosecutors had agreed that a certain witness would be able to be recalled, subject to recall at a later point. But I haven't heard that as a blanket rule that they've just accepted that you can just recall prior witnesses' testimony. I think they pretty much have to do it. You get one shot at one bite at the apple, and if you fail to bring up the testimony during that time, unless there's some other development that would cause something for the judge to allow it, they probably aren't going to have any repeat testimony, with exceptions to the one that I heard. But I don't recall who that witness was. The timeline does not match Alex Murdaugh's alibi. True, and the alibi is filed. It's not something that's moldable clay at this point. It's here's a sworn statement as to what occurred, and if it differs from the evidence the jury's been presented with, they're going to have to look at that and consider his honesty. Amber, do you have Cash App? I don't use PayPal or Venmo, or maybe she needs a crypto wallet for you, Ivan. That's, would have loved to know Buster's alibi. Minsky, all we know is that early on, Buster was ruled out immediately. He was very easy to rule out for the law enforcement. Was Alex Murdaugh arrested for murder or financial crimes, and when? Patty, I have to look at the date. He's been in custody. I think he was arrested for his involvement in this hitman for hire, suicide for hire type plot. I think that's what it was he was arrested on, and then charges just started building and building. I believe he's being held right now without bond in this case, but I don't remember the date he was arrested. So he's not out on bond. He is in custody. Tinsley has a job. Is he sitting in the courtroom? Oh, now we get the lights. I was enjoying the courtroom view, but now they've kicked us out and give us the wall instead. Man, bummer. Okay, we'll come back here. Oops, why is my multi-view? There we go. Okay. There we go. Bingo. Too many buttons. Will Blanca see blood on the khakis? Kaz, I think if she did, she would have probably mentioned it by now. And so I don't think so. I don't think there is any clothing with blood on it. And I think had she seen it, I think she would have done something about it and called the police immediately. I mean, she's already, you can tell she's on high alert as she goes in the house. This is like, she's emotional. But she's detecting things. She's like, the pots aren't on the stove. That's weird. You know, these clothes are on the ground. They shouldn't be there. So I think if she had seen the khakis and seen, oh, there's blood on the khakis, I think that would have definitely come to her attention, and she would have been like, we found the guy. Let's see. Vixen. Amber's going to make another timeline. This is awesome. She does great work there. Let's see. The one guard looked like Putin. Okay, the guy from the real Forge Consulting get any of his money back. JK, I know he's filed a lawsuit. The real Forge guy, I think his name was Gunn. Is that the last name? Is that the right dude? He is, right after testifying, his company released, Forge Consulting released a press release saying we're suing Alex Murdaugh and the Bank of America for damages. So I don't think he got any of his money back. And really, it wasn't his money so much that he lost. Basically, what happened from the Murdaugh side, as far as the PMPED side, they thought the money was going to Forge Consulting, but it wasn't. It was Alex just taking the money. So on their books, it looked like checks were going to Forge Consulting. They just ended up going to Alex. So Forge Consulting never did the business, never did the work that would have justified them getting a payment of some sort from it. But so he didn't really steal from Forge Consulting that way. It's just lost business. But I think he's more worried about the damage to the name that is caused now by Forge being the fraudulent company. Super bad police work not to seal the house. You know, there are several instances where this family seems to have been treated a little bit differently. As far as we heard about it from Tinsley on the boat accident, where they were allowed right down to the crime scene, when the mother of the girl who's missing is not. You know, they just had a little privilege there. High Speed Drifter says my boss was acting shady. Keep an eye on him, High Speed Drifter. No blood on the khakis because of the raincoat. Never any empirical evidence, only circumstantial, and lots of it. But would you want your loved one convicted on circumstantial evidence? That brutal of a scene and not a drop or fiber. I mean, this is the challenge. The jury has a tough job. They really do. They've got a decision they're going to have to search their souls and make and be able to stand by it. I've told you what I think the outcome is going to be in this. Well, I'm not sure if I told you. I've already made my decisions what I think the outcome is going to be. When they argue about Tinsley testifying, the judge said he's still under subpoena and they could call him. Okay, so he can be recalled for that. I don't think anyone got their money except the clients who the law firm took the tab for. They got their money at least. I was talking about the people who got repaid. You guys, Bite Me's offer here. The free membership, yeah, that's really cool, but you guys don't understand. A jar of pickles, they are not cheap. They are not cheap. Especially to send them to you. I'm not sure if Bite Me's including the shipping on that. So, let's see. He was treated special. Buster's going to be flipping burgers after all these people are done suing his dad. He has some money now. He got like $500,000 in a settlement. I think he's still named in some other ones. I think pretty much the whole family has lawsuits against him and estates and everything. Horse Sheet and Bananas says, Recovery Addict, since Alex isn't currently in custody, why does he get to wear civilian clothes in court? Shouldn't he be in a jumpsuit? No, this is actually normal, Horse Sheet and Bananas. If the the defendant basically there's a presumption of innocence in the courtroom. And so if the defendant were brought into court,
I'm not a camel.
In the outfit that he sleeps in, basically the orange jumpsuit, whatever it is, it would, in the eyes of the jury, have that visual, this guy is guilty, he's in jail type thing. That the connection's there. Whether we tell them he's not guilty yet, we're just holding him type thing, it doesn't matter. The visual of seeing him in jail, in custody, handcuffed, the court goes to a great length to make sure that is not what happens. In Darrell Brooks' case, we saw him in his orange jumpsuit, and he made a big deal of the fact, I'm cuffed to the floor. The jury can't see it, but I've got a shock collar on my wrist or ankle or something. He made a big deal of that. The judge asked him over and over, encouraged him, said, hey, we'll provide the civilian clothes. We give you this so that you do have this presumption of innocence, and the jury isn't visually tainted by you showing up in jail clothing. He wouldn't do it. But most defendants will choose in front of the jury. If it's just the arraignment or a hearing or something like that, just in front of the judge, they'll probably be in an orange jumpsuit. But in front of the jury, they get to wear their civilian clothes during their trial. Supreme Court ruled on clothing long ago. Oh, Bite Me says I'm talking about these pickles. A little bit cheaper to deliver in emoji form than in the shippable jar. Didn't want to put you on the hook for those. Virtual pickles. High Speed Drifter is a camel. Good to know. Good to know. I keep saying this is another OJ trial. He's guilty but will walk. Maybe like OJ, he will write a book and do interviews on how he did it. What does Buster do for job or work? I know his dad wants him to be a lawyer. He started going to school. I think he got kicked out for a plagiarism issue, and he was working at Wings, I think it was. I'm not sure if that's a shoe store or a fast food restaurant, but he was working at some job his dad was not very happy with, and was trying to encourage him to write the apology letter, and do everything. He was going to pull the strings and get him back into school and get his bar license. I think the state is trying too hard, says Jenny says. There is a lot of things that aren't directly related to the murder that are being presented. And I wonder if the jury is just going to be confused, saying, why you bring all this in? Everything, we're here to figure out if he's guilty of murder, and we're talking about the housekeeper and pots and pans on the stove and things like that. Very loosely connected circumstantially. She didn't earn a bonus that day. Let's see. Brooks didn't get it. No, he didn't. Let's see if we get some audio here. Nope. We don't get yelled at. Get the new popcorn ready.
You may be seated.
Michelle, I've shopped through a refrigerator. They're spendy, and I don't know where I would put it in my room, quite honestly. I currently just reserve space in the family refrigerator for my spicy maple bourbon pickles, which I'm almost out of. My last jar is almost empty. I think after lunch today, they'll be gone. He works at Wild Buffalo Wings Corporate. It's a sports bar and grill. Buffalo Wild Wings, I think it is. So it's a corporate office. I was imagining him waiting tables. That's what I thought when I heard that. He was working for $2.35 an hour plus tips. She ironed the T-shirts. They had everything taken care of for them. Now I'm thinking about what wings for lunch. Wings are good. I don't do the blue cheese. I do like some of the other flavors. I'm sorry. I wish I could get you pickles. I wish I could. We've got to figure out a way to maybe have smaller jars so we could, make them available. Mary Murphy, somebody's writing him love letters. Who's writing the love letters? Let's see. Did you hear about a girl in Lexington, Kentucky who was in love with BK? Yes, I did. She is, and she's gone into, she even said, my feelings for him are like and she listed some movie and shared that movie clip on, I'm not sure if it was Facebook or TikTok or Tinder. I don't know what it was, but she's going all over, all googly-eyed for BK. Fresh popcorn, says Rihanna. Ready to go. Round 2. Begin. Fight. People iron sheets? That's nuts. Christy, I'm with you. I believe I don't iron many items. As a matter of fact, I'll confess, I don't iron anything. But I'm a big believer of taking it out of the dryer right when the buzzer goes off and hanging it up. That way I don't have to iron it for the most part. So that's my secret. I've now spilled my dirty laundry there, or clean laundry in this case. Headed to Walmart at lunchtime. Sounds good. Grab some pickles. Can you have a monthly pickle raffle for members?
Thank you. You may proceed.
Let me figure out what that would entail. But homemade vegetable soup. We had that last night. We had like a potato soup.
Waters, if you all be seated.
Did the judge just tell Harpootland and Waters to sit down?
Yes, sir.
I think where we left off, let me kind of try to refocus myself. I'm going to show you what's entered as State 7. Just, can you see those pants in State 7?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize those
I
pants?
can't hear your response.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recognize those pants in State 7?
Yes, sir.
We're going to play the video.
How do you recognize them?
I took care of the laundry.
Have you cleaned them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where were these pants kept in State 7?
The left dresser and the third drawer, third or fourth drawer.
You know
They weren't in the ones where he had one drawer with shorts that he would usually wear on the weekends. You know, the dressier ones. Those were kept in the drawer underneath that specific drawer.
Go in the fire
you know what
engines.
drawers these were in?
Yes.
Hold tight, everyone. We'll just pretend nothing's happening while the fire engines go
From
by.
being there and taking care of the clothes and taking care of the family, were these shorts he liked to wear a lot or not? Did you see him in these shorts much?
No.
And were these shorts clean the last time you saw them?
Yes.
Now this shirt that's also in States 7, had you seen that shirt before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where was this shirt kept in the closet at Moselle?
The top shelf above where his clothes hang, the top shelf. There was a shelf up there.
And you've testified it looked like a shirt had fallen from that shelf when you got there on the morning of June 8th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this shirt kept in that same place as the shirt that had fallen?
Yes, sir.
And the shirt that had fallen, what did you do with it after you picked it up?
I folded it back up and I placed it back on the shelf.
Was it clean?
Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
I understand that you all are apparently having a personal conversation, but you need to speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Look at me this way, I'm sorry. Had you cleaned this shirt that's in State 7 prior to June 7th of 2021?
I probably did.
And where would it have been placed after you cleaned it? Where would you have put it?
Up in the closet if there was no more room in the drawer.
Now, could we please play States 306, please?
This should be the tree video. So this is going to be Alex Murdaugh holding up the tree out on the farm. You might see it on one of the curved monitors.
Would you look right there at your monitor?
It's not working. Somebody stole the HDMI cable.
As they're fixing that, when Mr. Monk... Okay, you can freeze it right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this, who's in the picture?
Alex.
Okay. And can you tell what kind of pants he's got on?
Khaki pants.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of shoes he's got on from that, Miss Simpson?
It appears to be the pair of loafers.
Loafers?
House shoes, loafers.
Okay, well, tell me what you mean by house shoes.
Just his shoes that he would usually wear around the house if he was wearing shoes.
So would he usually just wear them inside?
Yes, sir.
But these appear to be those shoes.
It appears to be, yes.
Nicole, thanks for the kind words.
And this shirt
Glad you can
that
join
Alex
us here.
Murdaugh is wearing on June 7th, depicted in States 306, had you seen that shirt prior to June 7th?
It was in the closet.
Okay. And what type of shirt is that?
A Columbia shirt.
Columbia shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those type shirts did he have?
He had a few in the closet.
And what color is that shirt?
Just like a greenish aqua seafoam color.
Why do you keep using the term seafoam? I'm not fussing, I'm just asking.
The term seafoam, when Maggie was looking at different color palettes to paint, that color came up in one of the color palettes. So we would refer to it as a seafoam. But that's the term that was used for that color in one of the color palettes that she had.
She probably also worked for Sherwin-Williams, naming
After June
color
7th,
chips. She's had so many jobs.
2021, did you ever see that shirt again?
No, sir. There was like a pink one, a white one, a baby blue in the closet. I do not remember that shirt being in there.
And on June 8th of 2021, in the morning hours when you came back over there, was that shirt there?
No, sir.
Were these shoes that you called house slippers, were those there?
No, sir.
Did you ever see those house shoes again?
No, sir.
And where did he usually keep them?
In the closet.
Did he have any other type shoes? Canvas or any kind of boat shoes?
He had a lot of shoes in the closet.
Do you remember any shoes that were canvas type shoes?
The boat shoes, like the Sperry.
Sperry shoes?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember those?
Yes, sir. They used to sit in the closet.
They used to sit in the closet. After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see those Sperry boat shoes again?
No, sir. I do not recall seeing them in the closet.
Never ever?
No, sir.
Thank you, DMB. Okay, so this is some strong circumstantial evidence. As long as this witness is still maintains her believability through
for a period of
cross.
time for Alex Murdaugh at the Moselle?
Yes, sir. I did.
And did your day-to-day functions change after June 7th as far as Moselle itself?
Yes, sir. They did.
Well, tell them how that happened and what the change was.
After Maggie and Paul were killed, Alec did not stay on the property. On the 10th, when I believe his father passed away. After the
Murdaugh.
Yes. I believe after the service that we had for him at the cemetery, Alec called and asked if my husband and I would stay on the property because him and Buster were not going to be able to stay there. So we agreed to take care of the property and maintain it while he said until he decides what he's going to do with it.
And did, in fact, you and your husband start residing there for a period of time?
We did.
And what, were you paid for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, do you mind telling them how much?
He would give me $1,500 a week to make sure that anything needed for the farm was taken care of, and my husband and I would maintain cutting the grass on that property, which is a lot of grass out there, and it would take in excess of 2 days to cut.
Would you cut it?
Yes, sir. I would help my husband.
Were you also taking care of the dog?
Can't do.
Yes, sir.
Tell these folks what were the dogs' names?
Grady and Bubba.
Grady and Bubba.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You fed them?
Yes, sir.
Took care of them?
Yes, sir.
Where is Bubba? What's today? Whatever today is, where's Bubba today?
He's with me.
So you have Bubba in your home?
Yes, sir, I do.
Bubba knows.
Did Bubba have
AJ,
his own
we need
pen?
Bubba on the stand.
Yes, he did.
And I don't know if you've seen, but could at some point, and I'll keep going to the video of, well, could we play that now, please, so we can get it to the video, the kennel video, please? What is it? And before we get there, when, and I'm sorry, I'm going back to this real quick. Is that the shirt he left for the office in that day?
No, sir.
Okay. Go ahead. Had you ever seen Bubba with an animal in his mouth?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell them about that, please, ladies and gentlemen.
When Bubba was running around, if I or anybody, if the chickens were running out of the coop, he would chase the chickens and he would just go after the chickens or the guineas, whatever was out there.
And would you ever catch him?
Yes, he would.
All right. And how would the chicken get out of Bubba's mouth? And
You have to make several attempts to get the chicken out of his mouth, and at points he would growl at you if you tried to take his toy. Basically, that's what he...
in your experience in being there, was it easier for a family member or somebody Bubba knew to get the chicken out?
If he's stubborn. Yes, sir.
Okay. But would it take a period of time to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
I'm not sure what video they're showing. If it's the Pharaoh scan video. Just looking here. If I could show you that one as well.
In August of 2021, Ms. Blanca.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about a shirt?
Yes, I did.
And let's go back. Where did this take place?
At the little house.
All right. What do you mean the little house?
After Paul and Maggie were killed, Alec was not staying at Moselle. My husband and I were, and he would often stay in different places. But all his clothes and toiletries and everything were placed in the house that sits between Mr. Johnny Parker and his brother Randy. There's a small 2-bedroom house right there, and that's where all his belongings at the time went.
And where is that located?
In Hampton.
Okay, in Hampton. And who furnished this little house with clothes and toiletries and made sure stuff was there?
I did.
And who was Alex Murdaugh staying there with when he stayed there, if anybody?
He never stayed there. He would just go and get his clothing and eat whatever, you know, if he would have a snack or something. He wasn't really eating.
Well, during the month of August, do you remember him having a conversation with you about a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that to be unusual?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell them what the conversation was and why you found it unusual. Please.
He walked in to the little house, and I was getting ready to leave, and he said, "B, I need to talk to you." And he said, "Come here, sit down." So I went in the living room. I sat down, and he was pacing back and forth in the living room. And he said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "Something's not right." And then he said, "Well, you know, there's a video. There was a video that was out. I hadn't seen a video." And he said, "You remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vines shirt?" That's what he said to me. And in my mind, I was saying, I don't remember a Vinnie Vines shirt. It was the polo shirt. But I didn't mention. He said, "Well, you know what? I was wearing that shirt." He said, "You know, in the that day." And still, I was just, I didn't say anything, but I was kind of thrown back because I don't remember that. I don't remember him wearing that shirt that day when he left. I know what shirt he was wearing because I fixed the collar, and the collars are different material.
And I don't know what a Vinnie Vine shirt is. But when he left that day, was he wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt? Or was he wearing the collar you've described?
It was a polo shirt.
Polo shirt. Just using your common sense, did it appear to you he was trying to tell you to say, "I was wearing the shirt"?
Objection.
Objection is sustained. That's the formal question.
How did you take that conversation?
I felt like I felt confused at first, and then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know whether he was trying to get me to say that shirt, if I was to be asked that if that was the shirt he was wearing the day.
Ms. Blanco.
Wow. I think there's going to be objection over this one.
I'll show you what's marked 455, 457 for ID only. Do you recognize these, and do they relate to your testimony without saying what they are?
Yes.
Okay. On September 4th of 2021, did you have a conversation with defendant Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And what did he ask you to do?
He asked me to send him a photo of the insurance cards.
And do you know what day of the week that was? And I'll go back here so you can talk. I'm sorry.
I don't remember the day. All I know was it's on my phone.
He asked you to send him a copy of his medical card?
Oh, it was on a Saturday morning because the next day was my daughter's birthday. That early that morning when he called me, he asked me when I sent him the picture of the plastic insurance card. He said, "No, I need the cardboard one." Well, the cardboard one was in Maggie's purse. It it wasn't in the area where I usually kept the cards in the cabinet. So I told him, I said, it's in Maggie's purse. He said, well, go ahead and get the cards and send me a picture of them. And I asked him if he was okay, and he said, well, I'm just getting some routine exams done, he said, and I need the number so I could go ahead and schedule these appointments. And it was a Saturday because I was thinking, where's he gonna go to get appointments done on a Saturday? But I didn't say anything. I went and I took pictures and I sent him all the copies of the cards that I found.
Your Honor, we'd offer say 455, 457.
First of all, he consulted with me about this as he walked up to me a moment ago. I don't quite understand the relevance. Why him asking for, you want to tell me?
Talking to him,
I'm sorry, if he would just consult with me for a moment and tell me what the relevance is, but he hadn't told me.
With your permission?
Yes, sir.
Does Dick have to know the relevance? Does he have to tell him what the relevance is?
Sorry, Your Honor, we sort of just talked. Surprise.
Can you please tell me
That's
what you're going to beat us over the head with?
Without objection.
Reserving our previously made objections, I apologize.
What previous objection? What previous objection?
We haven't heard from...
You said reserving your previous
I
objection.
apologize, I'm just so used to saying that. I apologize. I had no previous made objection to this document concerning this issue. I apologize.
Made it without objection.
455, I'll stand right here, okay? Were you texting with Alex Murdaugh about sending these cards?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And that's the text, and is that his medical card you sent him a picture of?
One of the medical cards I sent him a picture of, yes.
Please listen to me carefully and don't go any farther than my answer ask, okay?
Yes, sir.
After this date, September 4th of 2021, did you and your husband quit living at Moselle?
We did.
The why is just left out there. Nobody knows the why. Nobody on the jury knows the
A
why.
couple other questions, and I know everybody will be glad I'm sitting down. In addition to cleaning the house, did you ever look at Maggie's Mercedes to try to clean it afterwards?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
As I was cleaning the vehicle, removing her,
I would object unless she gives a date, or at least a range of dates.
You remember when that was?
that was about a week after.
Okay. After the murders? When did you, do you remember when you cleaned her car?
I cleaned the car when they asked me to pick it up from the impound sheriff's department.
And who asked you to pick it up?
Randy and his wife had dropped off Paul's truck, and they were getting ready to leave to go out of town, so he asked if my husband and I could go pick up the Mercedes from the impound and bring it back to the house.
And did you clean it after that?
I did.
And what did you find, if anything?
But she still had paint for the Edisto house that she was trying to touch up some areas at the house, and she had some pillows that she was gonna return. And as I moved the seat to clean, to vacuum underneath the driver's side seat, I found her ring.
Or what?
Her ring. Her wedding band.
Now, did Maggie, based on your time
Wow.
with her and experience, like being at Moselle by herself?
No.
And leading up to the murders, was she anxious about anything?
Alex pointed his fingers.
She had a conversation with
multiple
me.
rings.
She had a conversation with me a few months prior. I walked in the house, and Maggie said, "Hey, Blanc," she said, "I got to talk to you. I got something to tell you." And so she said, let me make some coffee. And she went and made a pot of coffee. She made me a cup, she made herself a cup, and we went. She said, let's go talk. And we went into the hunting room, and she closed the door because Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door,
You're set.
Response?
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
Your Honor. I object to.
Well, I know you objected, and
But he is.
I understand your objection. Well, I don't care what you're doing. There's an objection to the previous question. The objection is sustained. While entertaining the objection, you cannot pose another question. The objection is sustained.
And I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Dick moves for mistrial. He's not done. Dick's not sitting down.
Your Honor, I hesitate, but this is a matter that needs to be put on the record.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
Wow. I've never seen Mr. Harpootlian jump up quite that fast. Yes, hearsay is basically the objection. Someone's in trouble. I think they're going to. This makes up for Tinsley. I think they're going to. Well, first of all, in cross, they're going to talk about multiple rings and say, "How do you know that was wedding ring? She wore multiple rings," type like that. But she's going to know what the ring is. But this presents for the first time in front of the jury.
Yes, sir. If everyone will
the
be
idea
seated.
that there was a financial issue and stress between them in the relationship. He was stomping mad. He jumped up.
I objected to a conversation. We're aware of that conversation, but I objected knowing where he was going, which was, and in that same interview, by the way, that she gave about a statement where Maggie said that she was concerned about money, she also indicated Maggie was never concerned about money. Either way, it's hearsay. He said before Your Honor ruled, was she concerned about money or wasn't she concerned about money? He testified, which is to hearsay. I would move for mistrial. I think it's unduly prejudicial based on the last 3 weeks we've heard of financial misconduct on part of the defendant. I would move for mistrial. I would move that it's not mistrial because I don't think, even if you give this jury an instruction, you can't unring the bell. You can't correct that. And now I've had to draw attention to it, even more so by objecting to it. He knew that was wrong. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Meadows.
Your Honor, and for the record, I apologize for that question. I don't have to say it. I'm
Well,
sorry.
we're not here about apologies. Go ahead.
And I can't help it.
Yes, sir.
Judge, under 803, and what I should have brought to the court's attention first, 803.3, we think this would be admissible hearsay exception, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition. We think it fits under that rule, how she was, and that's all I was going to elicit. That's it. I won't go, and hearsay was coming out a little bit there. A lot of hearsays come out in this trial. They wasn't objected, it just was rolling. I wasn't trying to plan that part ahead. But I do think respectfully it comes in under we'd like you to consider under 803.3, Judge. And that's what I should have said before I asked the question. Again, for the record, say I'm sorry.
803.3, the following are not excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness.
Declarant is not available. A statement
of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feelings, pain, and bodily health, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed, unless it relates to the execution, revocation, identification, or terms of declarant's will. All right, Mr. Harpootlian?
Obviously, Your Honor, I don't think that's covered by 803.
Why not?
Well, because it's the declarant's, and maybe we need to ask her exactly what she said before you rule on that. The only testimony we've heard on that point is his.
We heard a question, then an objection, and then another question while the court was listening to your objection.
Yes, sir.
So we'll have a proffer of this testimony and see where it's going.
Here's what happened.
Were all anxious of anything in the days leading up to the murder that she expressed to you?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the judge what it was.
She was worried because a lawsuit had been presented stating that they wanted $30 million. Maggie was crying. Maggie said, we don't have that kind of money, Blanc, and that's what she used to call me. She said, we don't have that. She said, if I could give them everything that I got and make this go away, she said, I would do it in a heartbeat. She said, I'll start over. We'll start over. She said, I just want it gone.
This moment, we're listening to a proffer. Go ahead.
Would that be instead of that long, would that be like money issues that she was worried about?
The money issues dealing with the lawsuit.
And Your Honor, that's all I was going to offer her. I asked for money issues. I wasn't looking to even go in detail on what she said there, that long colloquy.
Yes, sir.
I don't quite understand how this fits into, first, the what you allowed in under 403, 404B, and res gestae. Right. It is her perception that the lawsuit, for $30 million, is putting financial stress on her. There's not any. She's not relating that Alex has any stress on him. He's the one on trial. Her perception that the $30 million was concerning her. I mean, she's not accused. That is, Maggie Murdaugh is not the defendant here. There's no connecting it to the defendant. I don't understand not only is it hearsay, it's not relevant to the issues being litigated here. Her state of mind on financial issues, I don't know how that relates.
Anything further?
No, sir.
We've had testimony elicited by the defense throughout the trial from witnesses portraying the family as a loving and happy marriage.
It's denied.
Question posed to Mr. Gibson, I believe it was, and to the other friend of Paul's and
objection's going to be
Buster's
overruled
as to whether the family was anxious or seemed to have any concerns or issues going on at the time. And I find that this testimony properly responds to it.
Dick's going to have an additional comment here.
And the objection is overruled.
For the record.
Anything else?
He's going to stand up and say, I accept.
All right, let's take a 1 minute stretch before the jury comes back.
Wow. What we lost in the Tinsley Cross, we're making up for in spades. So that's. Let's see. We need to make them work for it. Sound. Who said that?
By gosh, make them work for it.
Yeah, they are. So it does come in. The objection is going to be overruled. Judge denies every defense counsel motion. This isn't surprising. It does seem slanted. Now, it doesn't mean the judge is wrong. It might mean the judge is just the defense is trying to, to interrupt and disrupt the prosecution, who may have a very good case. I think on this particular matter, they would have probably had more grounds for hearsay. I don't know. He said the hearsay rule was. I didn't pay close attention to 808. Was it 808.3, 808.8? I don't remember. So maybe this does. It's exempt from hearsay. But let's see. The objection is now allowed even more in. Yeah, so Suzanne, you're right. Once the judge is ruling and saying, yes, it's good, they're not going to stop there. That won't be the last question. They're going to expound a little bit and really let that in, because it's allowed. The judge said, hey, this is fair game, and they're gonna play every single angle they can within that scope. This case reminds me of Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disneyland. Slow, then whoosh. Yeah, it's also reminds me of the Jensen trial, because but in a good way, because Jensen was like incredibly slow. I mean, you're watching a 20-year-old video for 6 hours, and suddenly there's a fist fight. It's like that, but it was obviously not a fist fight there. It was all sorts of interesting material. So this was not the overheard conversation, Andy. That was actually ruled on previously, and I don't think there was really much to that. I think
denying the objection, the motion for mistrial is also motion is denied. You bring the jury back.
Dick gambled and lost, but he gambled well. It was a good bet, and he sure put on a presentation and a half. Tony says, enjoying a great meal at Cracker Barrel while watching this wonderful group. Tony, don't stop there. Tell us what you're eating. We want to know. Lunch is coming up, and we're all hungry. What did Maggie's hairdresser think? How about her dentist? Ivan, I think this one's a little bit different than that. This is the housekeeper who lived with them, who was there in the home, who had a lot more intimate interaction with the family.
I'm not a camel.
I don't think, we know that Maggie went out and got her nails done that day. I don't think we're going to hear from the nails person to say, did she seem upset or something like that. I don't think we'll hear that. Mistrial was denied. Hamburgers here, says Gunn. Goodman Law. If I'm being honest, I don't think if the state will get a conviction at this point, no need to appeals. Great point, Upper Torso. There's no need to appeal if there's no conviction, right?
Thank you. The last objection is overruled, and you may proceed.
Ms. Simpson, in the days leading up to the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, based on your time with her, was Maggie Murdaugh anxious about anything?
She was concerned about the amount of money that they were requesting on that lawsuit. $30 million is what she told me.
We're going to show you what's marked 297.
You pose a question. There's an objection. The court overruled the objection. And do you want the witness to answer the question that you posed?
Yes, sir.
Well, you posed a separate question.
Yes, sir. And I thought she had answered. You said she was worried about $30 million. Can you explain that more?
That wasn't your question. That there was an objection to. Do you withdraw the question that you posed prior to the court's ruling on the objection?
We need to record it to read it back because he doesn't.
Or you forgot the question.
To the world, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
He forgot the question.
Proceed.
What was she anxious about?
She said she knew the amount of money that they were asking, but she felt that Alec was not being truthful to her with regard to what exactly was going on with that lawsuit. She said, he doesn't tell me everything.
Wait for it. No, this is normal to have multiple attorneys presenting, especially on a big case where there's a lot of evidence, a lot of information. They divide and conquer. Alex doing the same thing on defense.
She's entered as 297.
Yeah, he's.
Get back. Get back. Quit, Cash. Come on. Quit. It's okay. Come on. Come on, Cash. Shit. Come on. What's the Cash.
Hey, he's got burners now. Barbara.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken. Come here, Cash.
Come on.
Cash. Quit.
Ms. Blanca, had you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think maybe in prior statements or something that, had you said, do you recognize voices on there?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize?
It's Paul, Maggie, Alec.
And have previously, have you said in a memo or a memorandum in interview that you thought you may have heard another voice?
Yes, sir, I did, at a distance.
But having listened to it again, have you listened to it this week? I mean, it's not on TV, have you seen it?
I have. There's only 3 voices, Alec, Maggie, and Paul.
So after hearing it several times, is that your conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Just a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Would Miss Maggie Murdaugh, did she go down to the kennels at night by herself?
No, sir.
Okay. And you say that emphatically. What, do you know that?
She was scared.
Okay.
It got dark out there.
So would she go down there by herself?
No.
Did she like to go down there when it wasn't dark?
She did.
And did she like playing with the dogs?
She always took the dogs with her.
Which dogs were hers?
Grady and Bubba were always with her.
Okay. So when she was at Edisto, where would Grady and Bubba be?
She would, sometimes she would take both of them, but the majority of the time, in the last few months, she was alternating. She would take one or if not the other.
Can you tell us about the defendants? Did you ever see him with his cell phone? Alex Murdaugh, did you ever see him use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury his habits with the cell phone? Would he have it a lot? Did he use it a lot?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay.
He was always on his phone.
Say that again?
He was always on his phone.
Tish, you missed a lot on this one. We've heard everything from a house trying to be burned down with diesel fuel all throughout it.
And Paul, were you familiar with his habits regarding cell phones?
Not the
Khaki
times that he
pants.
was there at the house, he was always on his phone. If he'd go in the shower or whatever, he'd play his country music on the phone. But that's the extent that I know from what I observed being there in the house.
And when you were on June 8th, and you've talked about it, and I'm not trying to rehash that, but on June 8th of 2021, when you went to clean up the house, is that pretty much what you saw in the bathroom, the pants and the damp towel?
Yes, sir, there was a rug right as you step out of the shower, and there was like a slight puddle of water, a towel, a white towel, and then a pair of khaki pants.
But you didn't see any bloody clothes or anything like that?
No, sir.
Beg for indulgence, just a few seconds, Judge.
6 Volt Bus just gifted a membership, and JM, you were the recipient. Thank you very much, 6 Volt, and congratulations, JM. Please take your seat. I believe they answered that Maggie was not living there. That Alex had said he wants her to come out to Moselle. I think that testimony came up already.
If I did this, I'm sorry, Judge. Is the individual in states? Is that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you please, is it Alex Murdaugh sitting between Mr. Harper?
Sitting right
Whoa, leading.
And the record is reflecting. Thank you, Judge. Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
That was
Have you ever seen these shoes again that
the
he's wearing
worst
here?
No,
lineup
sir.
possible. Can you identify the witness sitting right there? Is that's the one? Can you verify that he's the one sitting there between those two? Man, that was bad.
And the Sperry cloth, you said the Sperry shoes. Have you ever seen those again?
He's almost done. He's
No,
yelling.
sir.
That's all. Thank you.
Nomination.
Your Honor.
So basically, the clothes disappeared.
Man, my name's Dick Harpuglia, and I represent the man you know as Alex, right?
Surprised he
Yes, sir, I met
doesn't.
you before.
I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
Surprised he doesn't say my name is Senator.
We've met?
Yes, sir, at the house. Maggie's funeral.
Oh, at Maggie's funeral, yes.
That is awesome.
I apologize.
That is awesome. She
A lot of
remembers
people there,
details like
Yes,
that.
sir.
Alex has always referred to you when people ask who you are as his friend, correct?
That is correct.
Never called you his housekeeper, right?
That is correct.
He always, when he introduced you as his friend.
That is correct.
Now, you've also, I think in multiple interviews with Swed and other folks, described, I think the words were, Maggie was his all. Isn't that what you told Swed?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, Maggie was his all?
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her
She's like, I wouldn't go that
as
far.
somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Now, I think they also asked you if you ever saw them have any arguments. And
No, I did not ask that objection.
You restate the question, please.
Swed asked you if you'd ever seen them have any arguments. I don't quite understand the basic objection, Your Honor.
You restated the question. You may respond.
What was the question again, sir?
Did you ever see them have any arguments?
I never saw them have arguments. It was just minor disagreement because of the remodeling.
And I think you cite specifically, when you said they had arguments, it was about the paint colors, for instance.
One of them was Maggie was set on getting a certain white, and Alec was saying, just get whatever white, basically. You know, he didn't care. She wanted a specific white, and he just didn't care.
But you never saw them have any violent arguments or argue about money or argue about relationships. It was all the minor things that most couples go through, picking paint colors and those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To some, they would disagree on. It wasn't that they disagreed. The only thing that I remember Maggie saying was that she just wanted him to sit still and listen to her for at least 10 minutes at a time because he was always on the go.
Is that an uncommon complaint between husbands and wives or wives to husbands? I want you to just listen to me. Is that right?
She would get frustrated because of that.
Right. You ever tell your husband that? Just listen to me. Sit, please.
All the time.
All the time. It's not Sweat, it's SLED.
Let me talk a little bit about
South Carolina law enforcement.
Morning of the 7th.
Yes,
Division.
And then the morning of the 8th, because I understand you left before Paul, Maggie, or Alec was on the Moselle property on the 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're going to talk about those texts in just a minute between you and Maggie, but you fixed some dinner for them.
I did.
And did you set a table, or did they have to go get their own plates and put them out?
No, I left the food on the stove.
Right. And normally, the next day, the pots would still be on the stove, right?
Yes, sir.
Would they clean up their plates or leave those in the sink, or how would that go?
Sometimes the plates would be in the living room. There was no plates in the living room. They were in the sink.
They would just leave them wherever
When you
they
got
best.
there on the morning of the 8th.
The plates were in the sink. They were not in the living room.
Okay. Now, are you aware of how many people were in there, how many friends, law partners, his sister, who was in the Moselle house on the night of the 7th?
No, sir.
Okay. If I told you there were 12 to 15 of them, would that surprise you? I mean, Maggie and Paul had just been killed. Was he very close with his law partners?
Yes, sir.
Okay. His sister, Lynn, do you know Lynn?
I met her at when Maggie passed.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that the...
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm just going to ask her if she knows, Your Honor.
Well, the objection is sustained. You cannot testify.
I'll make it more general than this. Do you know if anyone that evening of those people moved the food from the stovetop to the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well,
Now
I'm
let's
sorry
talk a
to
little
hear
bit
that,
about
man.
the
Sounds like he was an amazing man and served the country.
Room, the bedroom, and, well, let me ask you this. Let's back off just a little bit. You drove over from his mother and father's house, correct?
That is correct.
That morning, the 8th, to Moselle, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead of coming your normal way, which would have been the entrance by the kennels, where there, did you see all the police down there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You drove up to the main entrance that would go straight up to the house, or if you took a right on that road, you'd end up back down at the kennels, right?
Yes, sir.
And you came up that, were there police around the house up there?
Not around the house.
Okay. Did anyone question whether you should go into the house or not?
No, sir.
Was there anybody in the house other than you?
No, sir, it was me.
So did you find it strange that this was a crime scene?
Objection.
Sustained.
Need to hear the question.
I'm sorry.
The question would be, did you find it strange there was no law enforcement present at the house that morning?
Answer the question.
Go ahead.
He changed
It wasn't strange because there was law enforcement all over on the kennel side. It wasn't strange that they allowed me to go into the house.
Well, let me ask you this. Did anybody from SLED show up while you were there that morning?
I believe there was an officer. I do not recall the officers.
Do you remember somebody coming in to search the house while you were there?
There were several agents that came through.
Right, but you'd been there for a while before they got there?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you about clothes you'd found, or did they ask you about anything that you found out of the ordinary, anything like that?
I didn't ask any questions. They didn't ask me. They just went about doing what they were doing.
And were they going from room to room? Were they looking for things under the bed? Do you remember?
It appeared that that's what they were doing, sir.
Okay, but that was after you got there and picked up the bathroom, picked up the towel?
No, sir. I hadn't picked up anything at that point because I was still in shock and I was still trying to process what had just happened to my friend.
So they would have seen the khaki pants on the floor.
Objection.
Did they go into the bathroom?
I couldn't tell you, sir. The laundry room sits on the other side of the house, and I had to take some time to process what had happened to Maggie and Paul. I know I saw agents that went upstairs to Paul's room. I saw them walking through the house, sir, but I don't know what they took, what they didn't took. All I can tell you is what I saw when I got there.
Okay. While they're there or after they left, is that when you went into the bathroom and saw the khaki pants, somebody taking a shower, there was a towel on the floor, khaki pants on the floor? Was that before or after they left?
Yeah, after.
Okay. So all those items would have been there for those folks to see, as far as you know?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a couple of things and about what you saw. They keep showing you this picture by the tree of Alex, and he appears to have on a khaki pair of pants in that picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And, I mean, I'm sure he had a number of different pairs of khaki pants, but were those khaki pants similar to the ones he has on in the picture? Could they be the same ones?
They could be, but he had several.
Right. And in terms of somebody had taken a shower, it looked like there was water on the floor?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Alex take a number of showers every day? Was he a prolific shower taker?
Not that I'm aware. He would get up in the morning, take a shower, and go to work.
But did he take showers other times during the day?
I wasn't there in the evening hours, so I don't know.
Okay. So, but it wasn't unusual for when you got there to find a towel on the floor and water on the floor from him having taken a shower?
That wasn't unusual, no.
Okay. And I think that when you were asked about a shirt, and we can pull this if you want to go back to, whether there was a shirt there also, you said you couldn't remember. Is that correct?
With regard to,
Whether there was a shirt with the khakis on the floor. You said, I couldn't remember.
I could not remember whether there was a shirt with a khaki pants. All I remember is a white damp towel sitting there.
Okay, and the khaki pants.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember whether, and I think you told the grand jury, I don't remember whether it was a shirt or wasn't a shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And that's today. You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor. You just can't, you can tell them you don't remember, correct?
What was your question?
You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor because you can't remember whether there was a shirt on the floor or not. Isn't that what you told the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we know there's a pair of khaki pants. There may have been a shirt. And those shoes, well, let me ask you this. Do you know on the night of the 7th,
Yes, sir.
Alec had left, correct? He wasn't there when you got there the next morning.
No, sir, he wasn't there.
Okay. As a matter of fact, he never spent another night at Moselle that
No,
you
sir,
knew.
he did not.
She knows, Your Honor.
Still leaving.
Can I answer, if you know, whether or not he's ever spent another night there?
After the murders, did he ever spend another night at Moselle, to your knowledge?
He did not.
So when he left that night, on the night of the 7th, and went to
grabbed his dirty
his mother
clothes.
and father's house, you don't know what clothes he took with him, what shoes he was wearing? You have no idea, correct?
That is correct.
Were you aware that SWED had confiscated the clothes that he had on?
At that moment, I didn't.
Okay. Well, you are now.
Yes, sir, I do know that.
Okay. A white T-shirt, pair of shorts that he showed you, and whatever shoes he had on, some sneakers, right?
I didn't see the sneakers, but I saw the clothing items.
Okay. And so he had to put on, if they did that, other clothes to go over his mother's house, correct?
Objection.
Would it stand to reason he'd have to put on other clothes or go in his underwear?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what he wore over at his mother's house?
No, sir.
Do you know whether he wore those shoes?
No, sir.
You don't know. So
Your
when
Honor, objection to. Objection.
Basis for the objection.
I don't
To
know.
which question?
To that last one, shoes. I don't know what specificity he says to those shoes. I don't know what he's.
I'm sorry, the shoes that you say you saw in the Snapchat photo, you say you never saw again, right?
That is correct.
Okay, you don't know whether he wore those shoes the night of the 7th over to his mama's house, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't
Okay.
there.
And you don't know what he wore over there, correct?
That's correct. I wasn't there.
He may have even worn that shirt that you said you never saw again, correct?
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if somebody alleged that those khaki pants was what Alex was wearing the night of the...
I'm going to object.
I need to hear the question.
I can't finish the question. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me state this. If somebody were to say that Alex Murdaugh, as ridiculous as it sounds, was wearing those khaki pants when he...
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Let me put it this way. Did you see any blood on those khaki pants?
No, sir.
He washed them, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you put anything on them to get blood stains out? I mean, would there be...
Are you been saying that I removed bloodstains off of khaki pants?
I'm asking you rhetorically. I'm asking you, did you see any blood stains?
She's getting angry.
There appeared to be no bloodstains on those
Okay,
pants.
okay. And in the bathroom, did you see any bloody footprints?
I did not.
Did you see any blood on that towel?
No, sir.
Did you see anything indicating to you there'd been anybody wearing bloody shoes or washing blood off, or anything that would indicate that somebody, after a murder, had gone back to that room, changed clothes, covered in blood, took a shower and changed
Objection.
clothes? Did you see anything that would indicate that?
Objection's overruled.
Go ahead.
This is the first time that I have ever been in a situation where somebody was murdered.
Right.
I didn't know, as far as what you're asking me, if there was anything bloody in there. No, it did not appear to be anything bloody in there.
Did you clean the shower that day?
Yes, sir, I rinsed it off.
You rinsed it off. Nobody told you not to rinse off the shower?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, nobody from SWED, as that group went through, asked you, you know, did you see bloody footprints? Did you see any evidence that there was anything bloody in that bathroom? Did anybody ask you that?
No, sir.
And your testimony is those khaki pants were there after SWED left?
Yes, sir.
And maybe even a shirt, you can't remember?
Yes, sir, possibly a T-shirt, but I did not see it. I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember what kind of shirt, if there was a shirt?
On objection.
Sustained.
The objection is overruled.
Thank you. Do you remember, you know, I'm doing like Mr. Meadows now, I forgot the question. But let me see if I can get this back on track. These interruptions are getting me a little askew.
There should be an objection there.
So, I think you've already asked and answered that.
He just objected to his own thought process.
Now, let's talk a little bit about...
It was a cheap shot.
Let me talk a little bit about the cell phone service in Moselle. You had a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And the servicer was who? What was it, Verizon? Or do you know?
The cell phone carrier is Verizon, yes, sir.
Okay. And so, did you ever have any trouble getting a signal anywhere on the Moselle property? Up at the house, down at the dog kennels? Was it sporadic?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And sometimes you'd be talking to somebody and they'd drop off, or the call would end, not because you ended it, because the service was bad.
Yes, sir, if you were moving around in the house, certain areas, you could not get a signal.
What about down from the kennels?
It was touch and go in the kennels. You really, once you got signal, you better stay where you were at, because if you moved, you were going to lose your signal.
Okay. So it would not be unusual at the kennels, if you did move, that if you were having a conversation or getting text or trying to answer a text, you wouldn't be able to do so.
Like I said, it depends on where you were. You kind of knew the areas. At least for me, I already knew that if I had to make a call or send a text, I would walk out the kitchen door straight to the edge of the corner right there on the porch and make my call and not move. If not, I would lose the call, or I would not be able to make my call.
What about at the kennels?
At the kennels, like I said, it depends on the area where you were at. And once, basically everybody, we all kind of knew that if you moved out of a certain area and went to another, you were going to lose signal.
Okay. Now, at the kennel, do you know what area you could get a call, keep that? I mean, was there, you just talked about up at the house, there was a sweet spot, if you'll pardon
Yes, sir.
my language. Was there a sweet spot down at the kennel, or do you know?
I'm not sure at the kennels, but I do remember Mr. CB saying that the signal out there was horrible for making calls or getting calls.
Or sending texts or getting texts?
Exactly. Yes,
okay. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about
the gentleman behind the monitor at the prosecution's table is the State Attorney General
of 21.
He's very interested in this.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alec came over and was inquiring of you what shirt he had on that day, correct?
It didn't feel like he was inquiring. It felt more like he was trying to convince me of the shirt that he was wearing.
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking if he told you something.
Objection.
Hearsay.
Cross-examination.
I'm objecting to hearsay for the record.
I need to hear the question. Number one. Number two is cross-examination. Go ahead.
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
Meeting. Do you want me to pose the question, Your Honor, or not?
All right. I'm going to send the jury to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Tinsley was in court earlier. Let me just check. I think he was like second or third row back behind the prosecution. Yeah, I can still see him there. He's still back there, straight behind the State Attorney General. Looks like 3 rows back. A little bit of a cat fight going on. The lawyers being children. There's some. There was some unfair interruptions, I think, that Dick thought, because the judge sustained or ruled with his side during an objection. And he sort of got a freebie back, which was sort of uncalled for. Now we're...
Okay, what
Dick's
is the
gonna,
question?
He's going to go verbose here about his interruptions.
Just wait 1 second, Your Honor. Let me see if I can get back on track.
There you go.
When you were talking with him in the little house in August, as we were talking about a moment ago, and he was talking about the shirt, did he tell you that he had just been interviewed by Swed, who'd shown him the Snapchat photo, and he was attempting to figure out what he was wearing that day? I mean, it's in a photo. Did he tell you that?
What's the specific question?
Did he, when he asked you the question about the shirt, did he tell you he'd just come from being interviewed by Swed?
No, sir, he didn't tell me that.
And what is the objection?
Your Honor, it's respectfully, it's hearsay. Statement is hearsay, that if he wants to do that, he can take the stand and do it. He's trying to offer the defendant's statement without him taking the stand. It's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That's my objection.
All right, and the response.
My response is, if you can't ask witnesses about what the defendant said to them, you're going to have a rough road to hoe going forward, because it's a statement by the party opponent, if you will. I think they
This is
argued
why
earlier on when we
the
objected to
prosecution
one.
lets those.
It's not hearsay. There's an exception to hearsay by a statement by one of the parties. It's Alex.
Statement by the party opponent, being a statement by the party opponent, the defendant.
Mr. Murdaugh's statement to this woman.
But it's not Dick's opponent.
Not that this matters. I've been doing this 35 years. He's on trial.
We know that.
But I'm just saying, it's not a party opponent. He's trying to get in a statement from the defendant. Statements against interest, that the state, there is a difference between the state asking what the defendant said and the defense. And if they hadn't objected to some, they thought that's their prerogative, but they're trying to offer the defendant's statement in evidence without him taking the stand. I respectfully think that's objectable as hearsay. He's the defendant on trial. They're offering it for the self-serving hearsay. They're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, and I respectfully think that he's got to take the stand and get that information in.
Matthew's got a client meeting, I think, right now.
Maybe I'll make this simple. What would your answer to that question be now? Did he tell you about talking to Swed that day?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay.
Your Honor, 801D2 allows us to ask the question and not the defense.
I don't understand what the self-serving is. She didn't say anything. He didn't say anything about Swed.
It's presenting that this
Your Honor,
occurred.
he could get his whole case through witnesses and he wouldn't have to take the stand.
Absolutely.
And that's not
He's got
appropriate.
a Fifth Amendment right
No, sir.
to not take the stand.
That's right, but you can't.
I'm going to take a break and let you all debate the issue between the two.
I apologize,
I'll
Your
rule
Honor.
when I get back.
All right.
All rise. We've been yelled at by the bailiff. It's time to stand, apparently. Oh, man, this is good. We knew Friday was going to be good. We thought it would be good because of Tinsley. Everyone came prepared for a fight. It just wasn't the fight we were expecting. I'm going to get no housework done today with all this drama. I keep having to sit and watch instead of listening. I'm an attorney. This objection should be sustained. I believe the prosecution has really presented it well, and I do side with them as well, just for what it's worth, which it isn't worth much. Are the jurors capable of remembering what's allowed or not? I wouldn't be. Just Tom, they're not allowed to take notes at this point. So if they have a photographic memory, as you know, basically they've alleged that Alec has. We're losing our courtroom video. If they have that photographic memory, maybe they can retain all this stuff, but I doubt it. But these guys are going at it like kids at the playground. Crypto Coop says, everyone has said that what Alex said to them before. Now the prosecution is being childish. It is different with the prosecution asking the opponent, as opposed to Dick asking them what Alex said. I think it is different. I think the rules are different. I like this judge more and more. I like that he doesn't like them arguing back and forth. He still keeps control. He's like, look, you guys argue. You guys figure it out. Then present your evidence to me, which is what the judge does. The judge relies, I think somebody mentioned this yesterday in chat, the judge relies on the lawyers to present and argue their case with case law or their reasoning for why something should or shouldn't be allowed. And then he makes a ruling. Why are some witnesses allowed to speak about what Alex told them? Because of that exception. Let's see. It really matters that he referred to that witness as this woman and not this lady in front of the jury that is flexing against her social status. The judge is in chambers cursing. The judge is coming back, but in just a couple minutes, they're going to work this out. They're probably arguing right now. It's probably getting a little bit heated, and then they're going to take a step back. They're going to find common ground or stand their ground, as the case may be. Correct. Prosecution can ask that question. The defense cannot, as it is hearsay if they do. Right. Thal, the method they get that information in, this is new information, and we're talking specifically the bit of that question that said, did Alex tell you that on that day, SLED had come and talked to him about the shirt? We haven't heard that from anyone else. This is brand new information, and only Alex and this witness would know about it. For the prosecution could ask that question, and it would be a legitimate question. Did Alex say that SLED had asked about the clothes he was wearing on that day that were in the video? That would be okay. But for the defense to ask this, let's see here. Sorry, that was lots of other stuff. For the defense to ask that is hearsay. If the defense wants that information brought in, Alex has the opportunity to testify in his own defense, and he could bring that in under direct. They could say, did you tell Blanca that that the SLED had talked to you and everything? And that would be the appropriate method to bring that information in. So I believe the judge will side with the prosecution on this one. It has been a little testy. I think it will be more so. The judge might also call an early lunch if tempers are getting hot and this gets a little crazy in the courtroom, just to maintain decorum in the court. He might say, hey, it's been a long day. Both sides are a little frustrated with what's gone on so far. Let's take lunch. Let's take a break. Let's reset. We'll come back and we'll go at this again. Christy says, Recover Addict on YouTube. Search for verdict on Nathaniel Rollins. Watch this judge sentencing him. Nathaniel Rollins. I'll have to take a look at this when we're not live, but I'll Google it here really quickly. Verdict. Nathaniel Rollins. Okay, I'll hang on to that. But let's see. I'm getting very annoyed with the prosecutors, children snipping back and forth. Yeah, but these details, Ann, this is make or break type stuff. This is when there's a very pertinent piece of evidence that could really stick out in the minds of the jury or really swing the decision one way or another. So it's very important. That's why they jump up so fast. That's why you see, Dick had so much pep in his step jumping off that bench earlier, and then we saw the same thing from the prosecution here. Even when the judge said, I have to hear the question first, and he started asking again, the objection came again before he had finished the question. He knew that just letting that question out would be ringing that bell that he couldn't take back, and that would be improper to do that. I hope Alec takes the stand. His emotions are believable, and if he falls on his sword, he may come across as pitiful. Plus, he can take the fifth. He's going to be asked a lot of questions that I think will be hard for him to answer. I do think that the Alec of all people, if we go back to Dean Cummings in Arizona at that trial, where I thought there was no way he would take the stand. He took the stand, and it was amazing. He was the best witness in that trial. Very believable, very articulate, and everything. We've already heard from a lot of people that Alec is just a likable guy. You talk to him and he's easygoing. He gets to know you type thing. You just feel like he puts you at ease. It's possible that Alec could take the stand and rely on his ability to connect with people that way, to be personable and everything, and rely on his ability to, as some people say, as we've heard some evidence, to sort of cry on command type thing, to present himself in a manner that the jury would believe. So it's possible he does take the stand, but he will have to answer a lot of hard questions that I don't know if he has the answer to. And although pleading the fifth is not, you're not saying anything to incriminate yourself, pleading the fifth on a lot of things does make you look guilty in the eyes of the jury. So, I hope the jury can retain information in their heads, or what's the point? Gordon, this just could mean that it's going to be a long deliberation, because the jury will have all this evidence. They'll have the whole everything, all the exhibits, all the court record from everything that's happened. They'll have everything available to them. It just might take a long time for them to piece this together as they go through, witness by witness, what was important. Gabriella says, I'm not understanding the difference. Sorry, I just scrolled and I missed everything. I apologize. It's a small difference, but it's a big one. Why are they so worried about this one question? The state isn't really worried about the question itself. The state would love to have Alex on the stand. I think that's what they want. They want the ability to ask questions that only he knows the answers to, that I think he'll have a hard time explaining, especially when it comes to his alibi and the hard evidence we have that disagrees with his alibi. They want to basically either make him lie on stand or admit that he lied on his alibi. They would get that shot if he does testify. My brain will explode if he does testify. I mean, it did with Dean Cummings, but he's a lawyer. He should know the silence is always preferable. I agree. I think he won't. That would allow the testimony to be entered without the opportunity for cross-examination. We're still deciding who's going to play Dick in the movie recreation of this event. So put your suggestions in. I pay good money to watch them fight. This should be on pay-per-view, Thal. Really, this is the good stuff. This is the title fight, so you'd say. Recovery Addict isn't limited to 200 characters. I'm not limited to 200. Oh, I am. It says I am. It says I'm limited to it, just not in verbally. I can talk forever. What house was attempted to set fire? A different one that they sold. It wasn't Edisto and it wasn't Moselle, just Tom. It was a different one. I was watching Lawyer You Know last night, and someone shouted out your channel and Amber's timeline. 7, I know that. We're hoping that Amber gets recognized for her hard work. That's why we put her, if you look at the top of the chat, that blue chat, you can click on that and expand it. That's Amber's PayPal and our Venmo. We do appreciate her and all the work she did putting that together so that we could understand and really see in a visual form all that information. And so we just want her to get credit for that wherever it is. Let's see. He has stolen $18 million from folks. That's a big number. I haven't heard that number so high. I thought it was more in the 10 million range. He had someone shoot him to lead people to think that people were out to get his family. Let's see. Welcome, Jen Presley. Please take your reserved seat on the front row. Take your seat, everybody. There's plenty of room. Good to have you here all. Sounds like I just found the topic for my next video. Yeah, we've got that. If you can answer that question for us, and Matthew, as you always do, you take the legal doctrine, the legal analysis, and put it in simple speak so that us laymen can understand. We would appreciate it. Crazy thing is, none of this would have probably ever come to light if the boating accident hadn't occurred. That was sort of like the catalyst behind a lot of this crypto. But I think some of it would come to light eventually. You can't keep stealing from people and hope that and no one finds it. It may have been, I mean, say something like a new lawyer, a new partner was going to join the firm or something, and they wanted an audit done before they joined. Say there was some sort of transaction that way. Or it could be all these different ways that this information could have come to light, and they would have looked at the books and saying, hey, something's not right here. You could have had all these, the clients who, maybe we're talking to somebody else and saying, yeah, we sued them, but we just didn't get any money back. And they're like, yeah, we did. I remember that. So there's lots of ways it could have come to light, but it just happened to be that boat case that really drove it. And that's what Tinsley testified to. Recovery Addict, your reaction to the Tinsley cross was gold. Oh, they're just getting started and no further questions. And then, all right, boom. I was blown away. And that was good lawyering on the defense part, admitting they were beat on that one. They knew that any question they asked would end badly. Anything they asked would end badly. They hadn't been able to pin him to a yes, no on anything up to that point. Even when the judge, objecting to the judge, they still didn't get him to get a yes, no answer to their questions. Let's see, you have to look up Lawyer No from last night. Here, the shout out to Recovery Addict and Calypson's Vixen. Send that to the burner. It's awesome. Let's see, the Tragos family does a good job on their videos. I like their production. When is prosecutors going to show proof Alex pulled the trigger? They're not going to, Ann. Only have proved Alex stole money, still undecided on murder charges. You're not going to see that evidence. If they had that, that would have been day one, and the court would be over by now. There's no proof that he directly did that. It's all circumstantial. Being caught being a thief is hard, but blowing your son's head off is easier. That's what the state wants us to believe, Jenny says. But Jenny, we've got some other things. For those of us that look at that and say, yeah, no one would do that. We wouldn't do that, right? But Jenny, would you hire a hitman to come shoot you in the head so that your son would get, insurance? Probably not. You wouldn't do that either. So we have to look at this from a different standpoint and say we've got an individual who makes decisions differently than we do. Bernie Madoff ran his scan for decades. Hungry, getting lunch, waiting for the children to return for the sandbox. They'll be back here soon. Wasn't he trying to pay it back and get a huge loan? I think it's a red herring. He was paying some stuff back. I know he was constantly trying to get loans or additional money. I mean, his life was all about money coming in and money going out. And so that was a big part of it. Apparently, none of his clients knew they were getting ripped off. He hid the actual amount and made up fees from the air. Let's see. I see the comment about the HBO documentary. I have not watched that. I'm going to wait till after the trial to watch that, just because I know a lot of the information it might portray. Ooh, kids running around the house. A lot of the information it might portray is not admissible in trial, and I'm trying to look at this more like a jury would. I feel he got more reckless with it afterwards. I think he, taking the $3.5 million, that was really ballsy. I mean, that's a huge sum. And sorry. You could add to my theory that M.A. and Maggie fought about him being forced to resign from the law firm the night he shot them. She probably confronted him about that and the lawsuit in both. Sharon McDonald says, I find this whole case so sad. If Alex is found not guilty, then Maggie and Paul lost their lives for nothing. There are no winners here. Sharon, I don't believe he's going to be found not guilty. I don't believe that's an option. I really don't think that you get all those people on the jury to say he didn't do it. And I do that just based on the responses we see here in chat. We are a lot like jurors. We're watching this. We're watching the evidence as it's being presented. We're weighing it in ourselves like they would. And I don't think the numbers statistically would hold true that 12, that 100% of us, obviously the numbers are different with a large group like this, but 100% of us would come to the same conclusion that he's not guilty. I think there are going to be some people who look at this and say, he stole money from those kids. He must have done it. And that's wrong. Okay, it's wrong for them to make that conclusion, but I believe there would be somebody who did that. Is cousin cousin Eddie due to take the witness stand today? I think he is on the list. I don't know if he'll make it today or not. The state, we heard last night, if you missed the end of the day last night, the state was telling the judge they think they'll be done about Wednesday next week. So about midday or midweek next week. So whoever's coming in has to come in the next few days, and then the defense is probably going to be about a week and a half for their defense. They have a lot of expert witnesses they're bringing in. They're flying in from out of state. That seems to be the big chunk of their testimony as far as defense goes, and we'll just hear from all that. But so we're about 2 weeks away from being done, and we thought it was a 5-week trial. It's going to be about that. Tragos is good, except I think Peter is so biased in this case. He's making assumptions that are wrong. We're all biased at times, so he's allowed to, but not helpful in this case. He's a defense attorney, right? He's a criminal defense attorney. And so, of course, we're biased. We come at it with our experience and our viewpoint to every case. So he's looking at this as what would I do as a defense attorney? How would I do differently, or what would I do if this were my client? And I appreciate that vantage point. It's really good. I think he does a good job. He's very articulate in presenting it, and is very knowledgeable too. This judge takes more time than an Easter bunny. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed with just time management skills. I like how he runs his court. He's been pretty much on time most of the time. We know there's some stuff that's gone on in the background that we have not seen, but he's been on time. We know there are judges that are always late, and he's not like that. And he seems to be mindful of the jury's time and want to keep things going a little bit. And every time there's a problem, he wants to give the jury a break so they don't have to just sit there at attention listening when nothing's happening. Personally, divorce seems like the most likely motive for murder. That and the boating criminal charges. That's not easy to sweep under the rug. That looks like a cleaner motive to me. Any weight to the fact that her wedding ring was in the car? And now the thing that stands out to me, this is after it was in impound. Did it got impounded and not searched, or it was searched and they didn't find the wedding ring? Or was it searched, they found it, and they just left it there? That seems strange. Oops, you meant that comment from Matthew. It's okay. I'll just comment anyway, Nicole. No problem. Some say that there is no financial motive, but Maggie didn't own the property. I believe that the sale of the property would cover his loans, but I could be mistaken. On a globe, I think the Moselle property was in Maggie's name, but I do believe it was leveraged. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that one. I also think it hasn't come in trial yet, but I've heard that the Alex Murdaugh was the sole beneficiary to Maggie's estate. Hung jury even? Very likely, psychic. Very likely a hung jury. Timeline for being fired was after the murders. For actually being fired, but it being brought up, I think was before. We could look at that if you need to. When I was in college for my paralegal studies, we had mock trials. Almost as much fun as watching this trial. Yeah, the mock trials. When I did that, we did some more debate type stuff in high school, but we went off the rails at times, and we were just crazy. We didn't understand the rules either. So mock trials, sometimes you get the same effect. All they've shown is that he's a bad guy financially. The murder evidence is pretty circumstantial. You are right. If they keep fighting, this trial is going to last forever. They're not going to go out. Can you imagine at lunchtime, do they both decide to go to the same food truck? They're standing in line next to each other, just like, I was here first. No, I was here first. It just spills over onto the main street outside the courthouse. Did you know at Maggie's and Paul's grave, there's still only plastic plaque and artificial flowers? Not a proper headstone, so sad. I didn't know that. That is sad. A lot of times, if there is going to be an elaborate headstone or something put there, it does take quite a bit of time to be produced, but I would think that by now it would be done. Usually it's like 6 months or so is about normal from what I know. I hope if it's not guilty, then a hung jury so the state can get their act together and do a better job learning from their mistakes. I've seen the jury come back now not guilty, talking after they thought was guilty but was not proven. Always an option for the jury. So bring back a not guilty because it was not proven. It's sort of like the Scottish approach. Maggie may not have cared, and that's questionable when she thought it was only the boat case, but Alex certainly did care, and he had a lot more to lose. He is not criminal defense. You're saying Tragos doesn't do criminal defense? Norma? I swear that's what I've gathered from everything I've watched from him. Did Alex's mother pass? Great question, Jay Hughes, and I don't know the answer to this. If she did, it wasn't in the same time frame. No, she didn't. Oh, personal injury. Alex's mother is still alive. Peter Tragos, the lawyer, I thought he was a criminal defendant, but personal injury sounds much more right now that you say that. I apologize apologize, Peter. My bad. Personal injury plaintiff lawyer. Thank you. I apologize. I was completely wrong there. I take it all back. Please don't sue me. All right, my money's on the experts tearing up SLED and the gunshot residue to the point the jury will acquit. I think that's the safest target, Nicole, because SLED is an organization where if they try to attack like the housekeeper, or not the housekeeper, but the caretaker, that's the jury loves her. Right? They're like, oh, this woman works her butt off. She's, puts in all the hours and everything. She's very believable. She's not, as the judge said, she's not, she doesn't come across as very eloquent, and things like that. They probably say, she's just a nice woman. And if they go in guns blazing against her testimony and just rip her apart, which they could very easily go in and start asking her questions and firing things at her, and even over objections, just get her to be so confused and probably emotional and say things she didn't, and maybe even backtrack on something she did say just because of the pressure of the situation. They could do that. It's a much safer bet to do that with SLED, where you have these professionals who know what they should do, and if they did something wrong, we're going to hit them on that. We're going to pound them on the fact that, you had this opportunity, you stepped over the evidence and didn't collect it, type thing. And the evidence, in our case, it could have, proven him innocent, but now because you failed to do your job, we've lost that. So they're going to hit really hard. Let's see. His dad did some criminal cases. Peter is sexy. There, somebody's going to clip that and like send that to him or something. I was reading Mary Murphy's comment for the record. It's right here on screen. Sorry, that was not me just speaking from anyway. Let's see. Goodman Law Firm. Are you an attorney? If not, you should get your license. No, Nicole. No. If I did this for a living, it would be awful. I like to play this on YouTube.
Come to order!
Whoa, bailiff. Working the pipes. Judge is doing a little bit of Snapchat there, right? Last minute.
You may now be seated.
I'd have to go to law school, and I just don't think I could sit there that long.
The objection is sustained. It's hearsay.
Yep. We got that.
You bring the jury.
Okay, for the love of eardrums. Would love it if the jury could ask the witness questions. That's just not our system. We have this adversarial presentation with the two sides presenting to a body of fact finders, our triers of the facts. Talk about attention seeker, loudmouth. I wish the camera would just pan to him. We'd just get one time of him just yelling out, or just the audience, so we can see the reaction as they all jump out of their skin as he yells so loud. I can imagine him, like if he were born like 200 years ago, he'd be like, 10 o'clock and all is well. He's the town crier who goes through and announces the time and that everything's A-okay. It's probably in his ancestry. Lungs like that.
All right, thank you. The objection is sustained. Your next question.
Please support, Your Honor.
Miskey, you were right. He is great.
This conversation occurred, I think, did you say prior to them going to a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. He said Randy had just dropped him off so that he could get his clothes, because him and Buster and Randy were going golfing.
Him and Buster and who?
Randy,
okay. We're going to a golf tournament that weekend?
I don't know if it was a golf tournament or what, but I know he said they were going away, they were going golfing.
Okay. And speaking of Buster, can you point Buster out in the audience for me, please? Buster, you're back there. Okay, I'm sorry. Stand up, please.
They're doing this on purpose. The defense is frustrated that they moved the family back,
Yes,
and they keep having him stand up so the jury knows
Yes, sir.
Okay.
that,
He's a good kid.
that he's still
I'm sorry?
He's a good
here.
kid.
He's a good kid. Okay, so one of the other questions I have is, did you ever see Paul with any guns?
Yes, sir.
No?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. And
No.
did he have guns around all the time?
Yes, he did.
Matter of fact, they're all guns all over that place, right?
In the vehicles, on the go-karts, sometimes in the hangar.
So, did Paul ever leave guns? Just where, if he was, for instance, down at the hangar, would he ever leave guns down there?
I have found one occasionally out there.
A pistol or rifle?
A rifle.
You know what kind it was?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know if he ever left any down in the feed room?
Not in the feed room. I'm not sure about the feed
okay,
room.
you never saw anything in the
No,
feed
sir.
room. I believe in one of your statements I read that sometimes he'd leave him somewhere and actually there'd be rust on the rifle or the shotgun or whatever.
If he left it on the golf cart outside, he would sometimes leave it laying across, and I would get it in the morning, and already the dew would rust off.
And that would be a golf cart he would drive down to the kennels, for instance?
Yes, sir, whichever one he was in, and he preferred the gas. The gas one is usually where I used to find.
Gas?
So she cleaned the house and
golf
picked up
cart?
guns.
Yes.
Okay. And so that would be a way he would get down to the kennel sometimes?
Sometimes, the majority of the time, he was either in Dolly or in his own truck.
In what?
Dolly,
What is Dolly?
the F-250.
I forgot, y'all name all your trucks, or they named all their trucks, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so...
Dick apparently does not name his vehicles.
Most of the time he would be in a truck, but sometimes he would take the golf cart, if you will, down there.
Maybe he knows them
Yes,
by the
sir.
valet name.
And apparently sometimes he had
Or
guns in
chauffeur.
the golf cart.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me touch a couple of other things. Did that day you saw the SLED folks in there, did you see them taking any pictures? Or do you remember?
I believe some of them were taking pictures, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
Melanie Villarreal, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. You can never leave now.
You were
You're one
shown
of
a
us.
picture of a rain jacket.
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And had you ever seen that rain jacket at the house?
Not at Moselle, no, sir.
Correct. You ever, and what size clothes did Alec wear?
2XL.
2XL, not just a large. Would anything, a large fit him?
I don't think he might have had one or two items that were that size, but most of the clothing was 2XL.
2XL.
Thank you, Bite Me, for the gifted membership.
How about
Wonder Twin DD? You're just gifted a membership by Bite Me.
Yes,
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
And blow it up for me, please. Okay, how about make that bigger for me, please? No, not the rain jacket. I'm sorry, the Snapchat picture. I apologize. Well, wait 1 second. Do you see that rain jacket on there?
Yes, sir.
You've never seen that, according to your statement, never seen that at
I've
Moselle?
never seen that jacket.
Okay. And you knew pretty much everything, every piece of clothing that was there, right?
For the most part, yes.
Yes. Okay. And how
That
many
was a
rain
great
jackets
question.
did Alex have? You remember?
Too many to count.
Too many to count, okay. But none of them looked like that.
No, sir.
Okay. How about blow that up for me, please?
Everyone's like, hey, hey, hey. They're
Can you make
huddling.
it any
Prosecution table huddle.
Better? Closer? Yeah, that's good right there. And that shirt is that the one he was wearing that morning when he
No,
left?
sir, it was not.
It's not.
No, sir, that was not the shirt he was wearing.
And this is at you understand this is 7:40 p.m. That evening when he's out with Paul.
I wasn't there then.
Okay. But that's not the shirt he was wearing when he left that morning.
That is correct. That was not the shirt.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence, 1 moment.
Wish I could see what shirt they're talking about. Are they showing him the tree
You were
video?
aware he had clothes
Yeah,
at
it's
his
the tree
office?
video.
Kept clothes at his office?
Yes, sir, among other places.
Where else would he have
Car.
clothes? You have it in a car?
Yes, sir.
Where else?
In Edisto.
I'm sorry?
In Edisto.
In Edisto, okay. But if he was in the Moselle area, if he was going to change his shirt from in the morning, would he have changed it at the office or got something out of his car? You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Now, let me show you. #107. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
Come the glasses. Assemble the glasses.
The text messages from me and Maggie?
This is on June 7th, 2021, right?
Agnes Skye.
That is correct.
And the first one, I'm just going to...
I've got a lot of messages.
She asked you to stop.
Yes, sir.
She says, will you stop by, this is at 7:05 a.m., stop by the store and get Alex Capri Suns. He likes orange and pineapple flavor plus mountain cooler. Thank you, I'll pay you back. You say, I will. She says, thank you, get 2 boxes. Now, after that conversation, there's a text at 3:28 p.m. Blanca, dinner's on the stove, just left. So you left there at about 3:30, correct?
Yes, I sent the text before I actually walked out of the house. I had a habit of sending her the text, make sure everything, and then locked up before I left.
Okay.
But at that time, I had gone upstairs to drop off some clothes. I noticed that Paul's truck, or a white truck, was sitting at the kennels. So I left the front door unlocked at that time instead of locking it.
But you didn't see Alex anywhere there?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see his vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. And she says at 3:40, thank you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then at 3:54, you said, you're welcome, I just made your deposit. Maggie then says, I guess this is one exchange. Thank you, I'm waiting at the doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave the door open at Edisto, but trust the Mexicans to shut and lock for me.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Tara.
And then she says, Alex
I
is
can see your live chat.
back at the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, pneumonia. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Now, you know what she meant by that?
What she meant was Maggie used to get frustrated. She said every time something happened at Alameda with his dad or his mom, that Alec would get called and nobody else, that they always called Alec to go to the house. And she did get upset over that the family was basically putting all that on Alec and he wasn't getting enough rest.
So when she said he's going to die, she's worried about his health.
She was worried about his health, yes.
Okay. And she says Alex needs to take care of himself as well. And that's consistent with what you just said, correct? She was
Yes.
worried about his health.
Yes.
And you said, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph. Maggie says, I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us. What do you mean by that?
Agnes, let me give you my
Alec
email.
hadn't had much sleep.
Email will be easier,
That
baby.
was her main concern, was the fact that, her main frustration was the fact that in the middle of the night or whenever, if Mr. Randolph or Miss Libby were uncomfortable, that they would always, she seemed to think that they always called Alec and there goes Alec, to take care of it. And she felt that it wasn't fair that he was the only one having to take them.
And your response to that is, I know, just pray about it and hope he gets a little better. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you say, Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little or no sleep is not healthy. Remember, I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I'll go to Moselle. I'll let you know. And she says, no worries, right?
La 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 lee. Good to see you again.
Now,
yeah, we're growing quite a bit. Good to have you here.
Take that from him and hand it to. Okay. So. She preferred to be in Edisto, correct?
That's correct.
But she was going that day, based on all your texts, she was going because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was worried about Alex, right? I mean, she was heading to Moselle. She preferred to be in Edisto, but she was heading to Moselle because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was concerned about Alex. Isn't that what this says?
The objection is sustained.
Okay.
Okay.
She indicated to you that Paul was coming in your telephone conversations, correct?
That is correct.
And did she indicate in your telephone conversations that she needed dinner for her, Paul, and Alec, right?
Yes, she did.
And did she indicate in any way that she did not want to go to Moselle to have dinner with Alec Paul that night?
Her conversation with me was that Alec wanted her to go to Moselle that day, and she was concerned about the workers that she had in Edisto, and she would have preferred to be in Edisto, taking care of the final details.
But for Mr. Randolph's condition.
No.
She was concerned about the work being done and leaving the house open in Edisto.
She wasn't concerned about Mr. Randolph.
I mean, she was, but her more concern was that her house was open.
Okay. Now, I mean, she preferred to be at Edisto in the summertime as opposed to Moselle at all, correct?
That is correct.
Now, let me ask you, did SWED ask you about at any point about the clothes that Alex was wearing on the 7th? At some point, did they ask you that?
Not until recent.
Recently, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it clear to you, I mean, you've been asked recently to recollect something that happened in June of 21, which is almost 2 years ago. Did they ask you other questions about what happened on June 7th when they asked you about the clothes?
They asked me where I was. They asked me what I was doing. They asked me when I saw Alec leaving that day, my discussions with Maggie. They requested to see my phone, which I gave them so they could see the text messages, phone calls that we had had.
Okay. You and Maggie were very close.
Here comes the eBay thing.
You and Alex were close also, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And did you feel like a member of the family?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever heard from anybody about any, well, strike that.
Nicole, it's good to have
you. Did you indicate that Maggie, one of the things Maggie told you was that she was not, after the boat case, she was not being treated very well by the people in Hampton, correct?
That is correct.
They shunned her, they were rude to her, those kinds of things.
That is correct.
Did she also indicate to you that she was concerned about Paul because he'd received a bunch of threats?
Objection.
The objection is overruled.
Did she ever indicate to you she's concerned about Paul because Paul had received threats?
Yes.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
you're wondering if-
Apologize. I moved 107 into evidence.
Have you got it? Is it up there?
I gave it to the clerk. It's the, yeah.
Any objection?
Oh, I think I want to say no objection.
It's admitted without objection.
So son was the target, Maggie was collateral. If you enable gifts, it's up here on the link, if you scroll up in chat and click that link, you can turn the setting on to
same
enable
morning
gifts
of
on the
the
channel.
8th, did you clean
That
the
way, if
gun
somebody
room?
gives a membership, you're eligible to receive
I
it.
didn't go in the gun room. I went in there, but I didn't do anything in the gun room.
Didn't pick anything up.
No, sir.
Nicole, I haven't
Okay,
heard
and when you went into
about
the kitchen that morning,
individual
was there anything
in
that
this
would
court
indicate
at
to
all.
you that other people had been there
this
the
trial.
night before? Like glasses or bottles of water or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Hey, please score.
Oh man, Coyote, I'm sorry. Where are you at? What part of the country are you in, generally?
Mr. Harpootlian. It's got a couple questions. Mr.
Gifts are hard to
Harpootlian
give
asked
on
you about
Android
the,
and iPhone. Yeah, it's easier on a computer.
Clothes in the closet on June 8th, 2021. You remember?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you if there could have been another shirt in the room.
Yes, sir.
And was your response maybe a T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see another dress shirt there?
No, sir.
And while we're getting to that, did you work at Alameda?
No, sir.
Did you ever go there?
Ouch.
No, I have been there on one occasion previously, and I don't remember what I had to drop off.
Well, that blue poncho rain jacket Mr. Harpootlian showed you, that was at Alameda, wasn't it? Or do you know?
I don't know where that came from.
Well, you never saw that at Moselle, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And State 7, well, first of all, this is States 2. States 306. Have you ever seen that shirt again since you went back the 8th, the 9th, until today? Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir. Once I moved a lot of the belongings to the little house, he had packed some of the clothes up, but over the weekends and stuff, when they were going from place to place, I noticed that he was purchasing different clothing items, shorts, shirts. So there was a couple of new ones in there, which still was not that shirt. It was some of the newer ones.
Who was purchasing a lot of shorts and shirts?
Alec.
After this event? After the murder?
Yes, sir. On the weekends when they were gone with the family, if he was going different places, he would come back like that Monday or Tuesday, and there was like new items within the clothes.
New shirts?
New shirts.
New shorts?
Yes.
You know what kind?
Vineyard Vines.
They were buying Vinny Vines?
Yes, sir.
After the murders?
Alex
Yes,
is
sir,
not
they were
impressed with this
like
testimony.
Polo type Vineyard Vines.
And what shirt had he suggested to you he was wearing in August on this day? What shirt had he suggested to you he was wearing?
Vineyard Vines. Vinny Vines is what they call them.
In State 7, you said you recognize these shorts and shirts?
Yes, sir.
Where was this shirt kept? On States 107 in Moselle?
In the closet, if there was no room in that drawer.
On the shelves?
Yes, sir, on the shelf.
And looking at 306,
Is that outfit different from this outfit?
Yes, sir, it is.
Dick wants to object to something. He keeps standing up but not saying anything.
And I think Mr. Arputian showed you 107. Whose idea was it for Maggie Murdaugh to come to Moselle on the evening of June 7th?
Here goes.
Objection, Your Honor.
You can testify if you know.
Your Honor, hearsay.
You can testify if you know.
Maggie texted me that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle.
And is that on 107 that Mr. Harpootlian just put in?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now we're looking at the text messages.
Yes, sir.
Put that up for me, please. What's that exhibit? Just a couple questions. After Maggie's death and Paul's death, did you notice he was losing weight?
Yes, sir, he was.
That's why he was buying new clothes.
Yes, sir.
So the clothes we can see him in that picture. He's fat is the wrong word, but overweight kind of guy, big guy, fleshy looking guy, right there. Okay. Now, so he needed to buy new clothes because the other clothes were falling off of him, right?
I assume so. Yes, sir.
Yes. So it wouldn't be unusual for him to need to buy new clothes because he's losing weight.
I guess.
Okay. Now, this is
The judge has asked them to do this.
This is the picture.
He'll only ask them
you say
to
this is a shirt, like a Columbia shirt, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, a Columbia shirt
To
doesn't
speak
have a
into
logo
it
that
if he
says
wants.
Columbia.
Yes, sir. Either the sleeve or
You see one on here?
I don't see anything on this shirt. The style of shirt is the Columbia style shirt.
It's not a. You're not saying it was a brand name Columbia shirt. You're saying it was a Columbia style shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your testimony again is this is not the shirt he walked out with that morning.
He did not walk out with that shirt that morning.
But those could be the khakis he walked out with that morning.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And when you say you never saw that shirt again, you did see those khakis again, did you not?
Yes, sir. I washed those khakis. They were in the bathroom. I'm assuming it was the same pair because he only had a few that he wore.
Right. Okay. And in addition, your testimony would be that the only, well, I guess you're saying that morning he didn't have that shirt on, but he had those pants on.
Could possibly have those pants. He had several.
Okay. And would you scroll down to the footwear, please?
This is good cross.
Okay. Those are loafers, right?
Yes, sir.
And what do they seem to be made out of?
Like soft leather.
So your testimony is that those were shoes he only wore around the house. He had like house slippers.
Usually when Alec would go outside, he had them Georgia boots that he would wear or the duck boots, and those would be left by the front door when I would walk through the door in the next morning.
In June, it was pretty hot down there in Moselle.
Yes, sir, but those were his go-to shoes
Okay.
when he would go outside or mess around, like he said, with Paul that day.
What kind of shoes was he wearing when he went to work that day?
The dress shoes, a pair of brown leather.
Okay. Now, when were you first asked about what he was wearing that day?
Maybe a couple of days when they interviewed me.
When they interviewed you the first time?
Yes, sir.
They asked you what he had on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch and
There it is.
resume at 2:15.
2:15.
Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, let's wait just for a minute. There might be some business they need to conduct, or business they need to conduct outside the presence of the jury. So we'll give them just a moment here to file out, and then we'll hear. Let's see, I hear lunch break coming. Yeah, I think there's not much. The judge isn't expecting much. An hour and 15 minutes is the normal lunch that he gives. Vixen says, thank you all so much for the donations. I've tried to send a message to each of you, but there's one I have no idea who it is. I appreciate you guys. Amber did a great job for us. Thank you for showing her love for that. She puts her heart and soul into this and just works her tail end off, even into the wee hours of the morning. Amber does a great job as a document hound and just with the details. She's been fantastic to work for. Thank you, Lil Miss and Toxic Orchid, for letting me steal her a little bit for the channel as well. You've got a great asset there over on the Discord channel. It's dibs on the monkey bars, says Douglas. It is pickle time. I think I'm going to finish off the jar. I'm going to finish it off. Mr. Repatorso says, Ari is a champ, puts up Amber PayPal and never puts up his own. Amber's the one who put in all the work for that. That would be wrong of me to take that. So I'm happy for Amber. Let's see. Blanca does not like your dirty laundry, Alex. Anyone else notice she was reluctant to give AM points for buying clothes for his weight loss? She almost whispered no. Yeah, that was a very quiet response. It did sort of took the air out of the balloon, so to speak. That the defense is like, oh, he was out immediately after this. He went out and bought new clothes. His clothes went missing, and then he bought new clothes. Well, he did also lose weight. A lot of weight. And, if I started losing a lot of weight, I would also have to buy new clothes. And that's probably what the jury, their takeaway from that whole exchange was. Amber is the best. We love her. Let's see, it's lunchtime. We are going to have a little bit of a break. If you guys missed this morning, I thought for sure Tingly Tinsley was going to be the highlight of the day. Turned out to be a very surprise ending, an early ending. With a surrender. It would be equivalent to like the top chess player in the world making one chess move, the other guy making a counter move, and then he's like, I give up. That's what the defense did. Just that early in the game, they said, we're not going to fight this battle because we know we're going to lose. And it's better off just to take a known loss than an unknown whooping. And so they made that decision. It was a good call on their part. They knew they were just outplayed in that testimony and didn't have that much to win. I'm sure we're going to hear about that from many different people across the all of LawTube that's discussing that, because that was just a surprise event that happened there. So if you missed that, I would suggest you go back and watch it. We're going to go take a little bit of a lunch break, get some food, get some rest, get some R&R, get your what's a comfort break? Is that what Judge Darrow would call it? We need a little bit of a comfort break because I'm not a camel, and we'll be back here at 2:00. So a little under. I think we got 56 minutes, roughly 55 on the dot. We'll be back here. So please, if you want to come back and join us and have some fun after lunch break, hit the subscribe button. Please ring the bell. If you want to, hit the like button as well. That's always fun. I'm not a cat either. Good to see La again in chat. Good to see your name popping up there. Don't be a lurker.
I'm not a camel.
At most, a DUI would be a drop in the bucket. Had so many friends. We were lawyers, trade favors from time to time. Let's see. This reminds me of the movie My Cousin Vinny. Awesome, guys. Let's see. Have your moderators check the ability to unlock gifts on mobile devices. It's showing not available in the app. I'll check it as well here on the break and see if we can get that fixed for you, Nicole. So thank you very much. I don't know what the prosecution can do now to present evidence to prove Alec guilty. Michelle, they've had weeks to do it. They've had plenty of time. I don't know who they're going to present here in the last couple days of testimony as they, during this phase of the trial. but they've got to present something and then try to tie it all together. So hopefully we'll get that soon. All right, guys, there's the music. Get your lunch ready. We'll see you back here in about a little under an hour. I'll open the chat up a little early. The first person in chat does win the internet. So if you would like that to be you, be on the lookout here. I'll probably in the next 5 minutes or so, I'll open up the new window. And chat will be there for all to enjoy over the lunch break. If you want to share your lunch information, just what you're doing, that would be appropriate. If you're not coming back to join us for the after the break, please, when you go home tonight, hug the people you love, smile at somebody, make their day just a little bit better. And please, please stay safe till we go live again at about 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock we'll do it, Eastern time. Thanks, guys. We'll see you in a bit.